Well, it's got suddenly quiet. So thank you. I guess that's my clue to kick this thing off. So hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to beautiful Madison, Indiana. My goodness, I apologize. I was not able to be at dinner last night, but did get in and had a chance to drive around quickly. What a gorgeous town. I haven't been here since I was young, and it was just awesome to see the vibrancy of this community. So thanks for hosting, everyone. Dr. Polio and his entire team at Ivy Tech locally as well. Thank you so much for hosting us and last evening, yesterday afternoon, and today, and what will be, I'm sure, a great meeting. I would officially like to call this month's meeting of the Indiana Commission for Higher Education to order, and I believe our Vice Chair, Nancy Jordan, is online and will be calling the roll. I'm hoping to hear a yes on that. Nancy, can you hear us?
Actually, yes, I apologize. I am online, but only for an hour. I'm traveling, so can I abdicate to you? Can I defer up to you to call the roll? I do apologize.
No worries, no worries. We can do it. Tell you what, since I've got the floor, let me go ahead and just do that real quick. Make sure I know we have quorum by within who all's here. Mike Alley, present. Dennis Bland, present. Kathy Cabello,
Present.
and I will introduce, but in the meantime, Edward or Ted Castronova, Dr. Castronova. Present. There you are. Hello. Judd Fisher. Here. Samantha Flashaker.
Present.
There we go. Tony. Here. Bill Hanna. Nancy
Present
Jordan. We
online.
heard from you. You're online. Thank you. Molly Kitchell.
Here.
Kent Kramer. Present. Pepper Mulheron.
Here.
And me, Dan Peterson. We have all but one, so that's pretty good. So thank you all. Let's see. As I mentioned, a welcome and a more official welcome here to Dr. Castronova to our commission. As you all recall, we have at all times we have a faculty member of the commission, just like we have a student member of the commission. Dr. Castronova will serve as the commission's faculty representative for the next 2 years. We welcome him to the group. I had the great pleasure of having coffee with him on Tuesday, so it was fun to catch up with him briefly. And I think, Chris, you're going to do a little bit more on Dr. Castronova here later on in the meeting, but welcome again.
I hope it's good.
Great confidence. First order of business here is we need to approve the schedule for the 2026 commission meetings. There should be in your stack about, I don't know how many pages down, there should be a list of dates that were printed out for you. I'll give you a minute to do that, Larry. Thank you. I'm moving for approval from Larry, second from Kathy. And unless there are any concerns or questions, I would entertain a vote for approval of those dates. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those same. Okay, thank you very much. A little bit of change. The commission will continue to host our meetings on campuses around the state as we have been doing. But out of respect for the budget, which we all know is a challenge, as well as just the challenge of logistics, we are going to make a move, and we will no longer be doing evening dinners and tours on the campuses. We will be attempting to move these meetings to one-day sessions on Thursdays. All 7 institutions are aware of this change. So beginning with our next meeting in September, which I believe is in Jasper, right? That will only be a Thursday meeting. Also keeping the budget in mind, the commission will pay for hotel rooms for those people that need them the night before, but just for to reiterate, if you do need a room, we ask that all commission members do respond in a timely fashion to Lucas and the team about whether or not you need a room. There'll be a deadline given, and if it's after that deadline, the rooms will be released. So just for awareness there. Yes.
I see you've got the meeting starting at 9 o'clock. Those of us in the extreme parts of the state have a tough time getting anywhere by 9 o'clock. Can we make the move until 10 o'clock? Because you're finishing at 3.
Yeah.
We
We talked about that. We just haven't had a chance to make a full determination on that. I don't have any concerns with that. Does anybody else? I mean, we can follow up if need be, but,
I appreciate it.
starting at 10 makes it a little later in the day, but for those meetings that are more extreme distance wise, probably does make some sense.
First, they'll save more money.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that'll save on hotel. So unless anybody has any concerns with that, then we'll take that maybe as, we're not voting on this, but we'll take that as an advisement and we'll attempt to move forward with that once that comes up. Yeah, thank you, Larry. Let's see, next order of business, moving away from schedule, is that we do need to fully authorize a new slate of officers for the commission. Michelle will be later in the meeting talking, not too long from now, but talking about some needed changes to our bylaws beyond this. So there'll be a little bit more on the officer slate and the scheduling around that. But we will continue to move what we've done here in the last number of years with a 2-year process for slate of officers. And so Dr. Lockmiller's term was cut short as secretary since he was on the off 2-year schedule. So given his departure and given the slate that we had, the proposed slate that we need approval on will include for the next year will be myself as chair for 1 more year, Nancy Jordan as vice chair for 1 more year, and then we'd like to add Kent Kramer on as secretary to serve out the remaining year of Dr. Lockmiller's term, if you will, but move that forward with the slate of officers. So would entertain a motion. Thank you. Thank you. Any concerns or questions or upheaval or around any of us that are going to be hopefully doing this for another year?
Dan's name.
You're the immediate past.
I know, but you also, for 1 more year, the compensation committee.
Yeah, that's true. That would be the case. Yes, that's true. Okay. I don't know if we're going to talk about the bylaws.
The compensation
Yeah,
committee,
uh-huh.
not
That's not
specifically.
directly in the bylaws, but yeah,
Since there's no movement, I stay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the bylaws covers for the chair to be able to select any additional subcommittee at any time. So as Dan would wish for you to participate in that, then we'll move forward as planned.
Consider this mine.
I was gonna send all my stuff.
No, I like it a lot. All right, hearing, other than that, like, question, would entertain, a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed, same. Thank you, Nancy. All right, so moved. To reiterate for everyone, the commission, we have 2 standing committees as part of our work. We have the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee, and we have the Budget Productivity Committee. Current membership and proposed membership for the next year is as follows. Academic Affairs and Quality, Dennis Bland, we're asking him to continue to chair that for another year. We would have the addition of Dr. Edward or Ted. You're going by Ted, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I will switch to Ted, even though it's written here more formally. Dr. Ted Castronova, Judd Fisher, Larry Garatoni, Kent Kramer, Pepper Mulheron, and myself as the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee. And then Budget Productivity Committee, we've asked, and I think Mike has agreed to chair that again. Mike Alley is chair, Kathy Cabello, Samantha Flashaker, Bill Hanna, Nancy Jordan, and Molly Kitchell would be on that committee. You will recall that in some years past, we had a separate student success and completion committee that operated I can't remember how many years ago we switched this, but we decided for lots of good reasons to make that a committee of the whole, if you will, because of the work of the Student Success and Completion Committee was so central from a student-centric standpoint to what's important. So we decided to make that a committee of the whole. So you all are on that committee. And additionally, oh yeah, okay, so that's that. So another topic I wanted to bring up, and we talked about this, I think at the last commission meeting, but there has been discussion here going on for a little while around the topic of mission differentiation. You'll recall that mission differentiation has been around for a long time, and it means a lot of different things historically. And for a variety of good reasons, it becomes apparent that we probably need to do a deeper dive mission differentiation to really make sure that what has been out there, what is intended and what we want to make sure is appropriate going forward is really looked at and reflected upon given today's current circumstances. So what we're going to do, what we're going to propose is that we have a working group developed that will operate over the next few months to really do a deep dive into mission differentiation. We will appoint, I will be in concert with Commissioner Lowry, we will appoint a chairman for that working group. And our hope would be that we'd have a couple of commission members on that, or as many as are interested, and obviously bring into that discussion staff, appropriate staff, and others from outside, including potentially from the universities themselves, to really do a deep dive on that, which then can come back and report to the commission as a whole around findings and potentially recommendations for changes. So I would reach out here to, in this context, anybody on the commission that would like to be a part of that working group. If you could let Chris and I know by, I think we was trying to get this moving, so by August 8th, if you will. We don't have exact context and logistics around how often this group will meet in what form, but know that we've done this periodically in the past around certain topics, and it's important to do this. So if anybody has interest, please do let us know, and we'll move this forward as expediently as possible and over the next few months and try and get some clarity around that. The final thing as it relates to committees and committee work of the commission, I'm going to turn to Chris here to talk about the formation of a legal subcommittee, which he's going to describe why we're proposing that we move to this. So Chris, without further ado.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to use some notes so I don't get anything. In discussion with general counsel from the Office of Education, it has been recommended to us at the commission to have a legal committee or subcommittee. In the event that an administrative law judge from the Office of the Administrative Law Proceedings issues a non-final order in favor of a petitioner, the Commission for Higher Ed, which has the final authority, shall review the non-final order and then issue a final order to all parties. If the commission wishes to raise an objection when those occur, oftentimes the deadlines for the commission to file some type of objection is challenging if we have to get all of you together. For example, within 15 days, in order to meet the requirements of the order. Michelle's going to correct me by misstating this. Thus, the order becomes final also if no party files an objection in accordance with requirements and thereby ends up waiving rights to judicial review. You can see the inherent challenge of that. We don't have this kind of thing come up very often, but when it does, with a 15-day window, I won't say it's impossible, it's very challenging to try to put all together. So if a timely and appropriate objection is filed, though, the ultimate authority will review the matter and issue a final order to remand the matter back to the Office of ALP, the Administrative Law Proceedings, for additional. A 15-day window, as I already said, can be a barrier to achieving a quorum of the commission. We know you're all very busy people. That's part of the reason you're on this commission, because you are actively involved in our state. So that can be a barrier to meeting and raising our own objection to an order that's being put forward. Thus, with the recommendation from legal counsel, we come before you, and our recommendation is to ask the chair of the commission, the vice chair, the secretary, the past chair, the immediate past chair, and then the two chairs of the standing committees of academic affairs quality and the budget and productivity committee. If you're counting, that's 6 individuals. They essentially serve today anyway as the executive committee of this body and have, I think, in practicality for a long time. So, and Dan and I were talking about this. The easiest way I can think of, or just one example I can think of, is there's a statute, and suddenly someone who is affected by the statute sees it this way. Our practice or history in it has been to do something this way, and unfortunately, maybe the statute just isn't. We take note of those things. I hope you all know all the time anyway. Most of the time when something is never raised, we'll see something that just might not be clear enough in the statute. And of course, then we have our list and we go to, Governor and General Assembly for the next legislative session, say, you tweak this. The challenge in something like that becomes when the two parties see it differently, it goes before administrative law. Then you've only got a 15-day window, and convening all of you in a court, well, that's challenging at that. So recommendation from legal counsel, recommendation from me, all of you, is to utilize this, and I think it's going to be pretty rare, this legal committee essentially constituted of what I think most of us think of as the executive committee of this body. Far more words than I probably need to use on that, but it is something new, and I think we'll just serve for practicality purposes.
Move that we adopt that as your presentation.
Second.
Yeah, technically, I'm not sure we need to vote on this, but it wouldn't hurt. So, heard a motion in a second. So any questions or comments or concerns around this for Chris or Michelle or the team?
No, this is
Hearing none,
Nancy.
all in favor?
I just want you to know that I think it's a great idea and I appreciate the thoroughness.
Thank you, Nancy.
I do
Yeah,
have a comment.
appreciate that. Yeah, Kathy.
Comment question, when these things come up, if and when they come up, will the whole committee be notified of what's going on, just from a communication perspective, whether we're all involved or not, just we're aware of what.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kathy, we have a documented process where most of these things start out as an appeal to the commission for some purpose. There are 3 levels of appeals that an individual can go through, and once they've made it through those 3 levels, they can choose to go through this process. At the point that it goes through this process and a decision was made, I would be the one that would interact with this legal subcommittee for you all to make a final determination. And at that point, once everything is settled with the administrative law proceedings office, then we can notify the rest of you.
Members are not on this executive committee. Is there only about 5?
No, easy.
So the commission has 14 total.
14, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
great question. And so this is 6 individuals, all essentially
okay.
in executive positions as members of the commission.
That makes perfect sense.
Great question.
Yeah, so unless there are other questions or comments, we've got a motion in the second. I entertain approval. All in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same. All right, very good. Thank you all.
And I do want to let you know that Commission Member Hannah is also online with us.
Oh, okay. All right. Hi, Bill.
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Good morning.
how are you? We'll mark you as here. We have 100% attendance. That's great. Thank you. Thanks for being on. Now it's my great pleasure to invite Dr. Marty Polio, president of Ivy Tech, new president of Ivy Tech Community College, to address the group. As he comes forward, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Polio on being named the new president of Ivy Tech. I think we're all super excited to have you here and welcome you to Indiana from just across the river. Just turn the floor to you, and thanks again for being here and for hosting us.
Great. Thank you so much for being here today. And thank you all for visiting campus. Those of you that got to tour yesterday, got to see the amazing things that are happening here at Madison campus. And I assure you, it's happening all over the state right now. So I've had the great opportunity in the past 3 weeks to visit 10 of our campuses all over this wonderful state. And I've just been blown away by what's happening in each of our communities. The brand of Ivy Tech is extremely strong. And I am so honored and pleasured to be the 10th president of Ivy Tech Community College System. I did go to Indiana University Bloomington, so although I've been across the river for the better part of 3 decades, it's great to be back home again in Indiana. And I look forward to serving this. I know I have big shoes to fill without question, as Dr. Ellspermann has done a wonderful job over the past 9 years. I get the opportunity right now to do a lot of listening, talking to our chancellors, talking to community. We have a 100-day plan right now where we're having listening sessions across the state and obviously visiting with as many stakeholders as we possibly can, including you all. And then obviously looking towards the future of the things we want to sustain which is many, many things. And then once again, things that we can improve on. So we'd love to hear from any of you and meet with you if you would like to talk about some of those things that we think Ivy Tech is doing fantastic and some of the things that we can do better as we move forward into the future. So thank you so much for being here at Ivy Tech. And we're just so happy that you chose the Madison campus today to be here with us. Thank you.
Welcome. We think everybody on this commission knows that. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room knows it, but you know, the amazing institution, which is Ivy Tech, largest singly accredited community college in the country, is a huge advantage for this state. And I think we take good advantage of that, but I think there's always opportunities for taking more and more advantage of that on behalf of Hoosiers and Hoosier students and their families. So really, really great and excited for you to be here. And anything that we staff, commission members can do to help you in your transition into leadership at Ivy Tech, please don't be afraid to reach out. We have a good, strong, and collaborative working relationship, I think, with all our institutions and the leaders there. So again, thank you and welcome. Next up, if you look in your agenda book, we need to approve the commission meeting minutes from our last meeting, which is on May 15th. They should be on page number 1 of your meeting book. So I would entertain a motion for approval of those minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any comments, corrections, notations to those minutes? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Minutes are approved. Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask that you guys bear with us a little bit due to some scheduling. We're shuffling some things around on the schedule. I've got detailed notations from the team about what goes next, but if I screw up, there's a variety of folks here that are going to point me in the right direction. If I'm interpreting this next, we are going to our Student Success and Completion Committee report out here. So I'm going to turn it to Amanda Harson, the Chancellor here at Ivy Tech Madison, for that presentation. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you and good morning. I welcome everyone to Ivy Tech Madison and to Madison. It's an honor to host your last overnight meeting, and I'm so glad that you got to see the vibrant and city that I love. I have 2 individuals joining me. My name's Amanda Harson. I'm the Chancellor here at Ivy Tech Madison. I also have Kay Stokes, our Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and Dustin Stewart, our Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, that's going to join me to share some of the amazing things that we do here at Ivy Tech and at Ivy Tech Madison. I want to share a little bit of a personal story about how I approach Ivy Tech every day as its leader. I shared last night at dinner that I'm proud to claim myself as a product of Indiana's higher education institution. I had a special person that was here at Ivy Tech several years ago, and she set me on a path, and she told me I needed to stay in Indiana and I need to stay in Jefferson County. And you know, sometimes when you tell people that, they do it. And I'm a product of that. I've been in Jefferson County since I was 5. And how I approach Ivy Tech every day, it comes from a special story. And when I went to college, I was a 21st century scholar. I was Pell Grant eligible. And my mom was what we call some college, no degree. And when I went to college, she had 3 kids getting ready to go. And she said she was going back too. Maybe some of you know an individual that they step away from college and there's some college, no degree. And when their kids get close to that time, they say, it's my time to go, because if I'm going to make them do it, I better do it too. So as I went to Hanover College, she went to Ivy Tech here at Madison. So the people that came before me educated my mother. She was a nursing major, and she really reset the trajectory of my family as the sole income earner for our family. I was Pell Grant eligible. By the time my younger sister went to college, I had to coach her through how to pay for college, because my mom had continued to pursue her BSN, her master's degree in nursing, continued jobs in the healthcare field, all the way up to working for a global company during COVID that put forth infectious disease protocols for the hospitals and for the cruise lines. So if you're ever back on cruises, she helped get cruises back online after COVID by putting forth infectious disease protocols. And so that's a very special story for me, because as my office looks over the great entryway that we have here at Ivy Tech Madison, I watch every person come into this building and I think to myself, they can do what she did. They can do what she did. It's going to look different, but as chancellor here at Madison, I have seen over the course of 20 years what a step into Ivy Tech can do for a family. So when I share the student success report, it's truly personal to me. And when I share numbers and we dig into the data, it's not just all about the numbers, because every person counts and every person makes a difference as they come into college. A little bit about Ivy Tech Madison. We are Indiana's community college, and we are one of 19 brother and sister campuses that we have across the state. Madison campus specifically serves 2 counties, that is Jefferson and Switzerland counties. So 2 very rural areas. We also connect with our surrounding counties and our campuses as much as possible. We serve an outsized mission for those 2 counties. We actually impact in our different programs over 8,000 students that we want to tell you about today. So I'm going to have my counterparts tell you a little bit about the different pieces that we have and really set up for a great presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Harsin. Really, the work that the Madison campus does has changed a lot, specifically over the last 10 years, and the students that we serve and the mission that we carry out each day. A really simple sort of visual to represent that is this. You see the graphic of the 3-legged stool here, right? Those 3 legs represent sort of the pillars of support and service that we offer here from our campus. One of those legs is the traditional undergraduate enrollment of degree-seeking students that our campus was built on. Another leg is our work in correctional education, both locally and statewide. We'll talk more about that here in just a few minutes. And then a third leg is the work that we do with our K-12 partners in high schools, dual credit, dual enrollment. And that's also both locally and statewide. And so those 3 legs have really sort of come together in the last 10 years, and we've seen our campus transform in how we serve students.
So we have more than 30 degree programs and certificates. Our biggest program is nursing. We also offer business. We offer advanced manufacturing. We're working to support local entrepreneurs in the community, and we offer programs and resources that are tailored to the needs of our local campus. What I want to talk about a little bit as we get started here is how the Madison campus is small but mighty. We may be geographically small in our service area, but we punch above our weight in terms of our impact at the statewide level. And I can show you that with this next slide. There you go. So this is the 3 legs of our stool. We have high school students and traditional dual credit and dual enrollment. We offer undergraduate programs for degree seeking students, courses only and senior scholars. And then there's our workforce leg, which is of course skills training, apprenticeship, and achieve your degree, which is where employees are able to go back to school and receive employer-funded educations. So, and we have about 300 employer partners statewide for Achieve Your Degree. So, traditional 3 legs of Madison and what we do. But these are programs in which we punch above our weight. We are serving the state, not just Jefferson and Switzerland counties, through our work with the Department of Corrections and our service to educating people who are incarcerated around the state through our work with high schools and ICAP. So if you look at adult basic ed and skills training, that's our work in the prisons. If you look at dual enrollments, that's our statewide service through ICAP, which we're going to tell you a little bit more about, but that's online dual enrollment programs. And then our third circle, degree seeking students. So that is where our statewide reach becomes innovative and creative. This campus is known for pioneering first at Ivy Tech and first in the state programs. So we're very proud of what we do here, and we're going to take a minute to walk you through each of those three pieces. Our courses and at traditional academic programs, our work with ICAP and state high schools, but first up, our prison programs. So starting with our student success and our statewide programming, I have the privilege of having an amazing team here. I think you could put them up against any higher education team. And for that reason, I have to keep their skill sets going and their ambition going. And that to do that has been a couple of statewide projects. The first one that I want to tell you about is how we serve the state of Indiana out of Madison in correctional education. Ivy Tech Madison in 2021 became the educational provider for adult basic education and career and technical training in all 15 IDOC facilities. This team here, including a statewide director, her name's Amber Finnegan, she couldn't be here with us today, oversees schools at 15 sites from Madison to Michigan City to Terre Haute to Tell City and everywhere else in between. Our adult basic education site provides literacy education up to the 8th grade level for students that test below an 8th grade level, and then also high school equivalency for the students that have not earned their high school graduation. You can see the sites on the slide up here for the career and technical training that we provide. These programs are a combination of skills and training that are needed in the facility for maintaining the community and providing services, and also matched with high wage industry that are willing to hire these individuals after reentry. I think that this map is important because you see the statewide reach of our educational programming across the state. So we have 140 faculty and staff that are out of Madison that go to work every day in these correctional facilities. And you see where the Ivy Techs are located. The Ivy Techs are the green circles. It is very important for our team that as these individuals are working towards reentry, they identify with Ivy Tech. They know Ivy Tech as a resource because they will go home to 92 different counties, and Ivy Tech serves 92 counties. So then when they walk across an Ivy Tech graduation stage while they're incarcerated, they know Ivy Tech. They know that Ivy Tech provides career linking services. Ivy Tech provides furthering education, and Ivy Tech is a resource that they can go to when they go back to rebuild their life. Another important part of the programming that we offer is very focused on providing the resources for that next job at reentry. The programs that you'll see on the board now are what we call out custody. I like to think of out custody as you're nearing out. And so these are programs that are offered within 6 months of reentry. You'll see the programming where it's offered and the industrial certifications that are offered for the individuals as they look to succeed in their future career. Since 2021, Ivy Tech
has increased adult basic education programming in the facilities by 23% in 4 years. High school graduations for these students have increased 55% in 4 years. We've doubled the CTE enrollments and we've doubled the CTE certifications. You can see on the screen here that we've had 3,000 enrollments in adult basic education this past year, with 714 students walking across their high school graduation stage, and over 3,200 students in career and vocational education, with over 2,000 completions in the career and technical space. I love the graphic that's on this slide because that is what I think of when I think of our students coming to us as students. And I think in an incarcerated situation, you have to be brave to raise your hand and say you want to go to school. And to say to your case manager, I'm going to go to school. That's a huge step for thinking about reentry. And they walk out with more confidence, more education, and more skills. Love people. I love knowing people and what makes them special. So what I have for you next is a little video that includes some of our teachers and some of the students that we've had in our coursework. Thank you to the commission for including justice-involved students as a part of your mission. Thanks to Commissioner Lowry. He's been in some of our facilities with us. And just anytime, if anybody would ever like to go to a graduation, it is one of the best days. And we always welcome visitors and we'd be happy to host you at any time.
She's always hard to follow that video. I feel like she's done that.
Dennis, yeah.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Very insightful, very helpful. I'm going to play out the word that was used earlier about you all being pioneers in this work. And the impact seems to be so great. I was concerned about the increase in enrollment as that signaled in the obvious that there's an increase in crime. I'm wondering, for all the programming, what insights have you gained that becomes some type of formal program that can actually be taken upstream? What have you learned from the students outside of the educational? What are the insights gained that could be taken out into communities that might be used to even stem crime in the first place?
First of all, I'd like to address that actually the population has decreased in the facilities. And so as we work to increase, that's something that we actually talk about, that the population has decreased, but we're increasing the education population. From what I have learned and what I've seen, first of all, it takes a whole community. We are every day working a lot with every program that IDOC offers, everything Ivy Tech offers, and then everything that a community has to offer. I think specifically with the students that we stay in contact with after graduation with us, after release, housing continues to be an issue. I have so many students come up to me and need to see housing, and we do everything we can. We try to, share our social capital with landlords and property owners in the area of saying, this is a student that we have, and this is a student that's completed. And so a lot of those, we need to make sure that the basic needs are met as they re-enter into the community. I think the mission and the drive that I see in our students as they connect to a career and as they connect to hope, the more that we can do that at a younger age and in a community for people that aren't incarcerated, the opportunity to find a job and to have that purpose. I've had a former graduate before say, I really sat down and thought about what I could do with my life. And I realized that I've been manufacturing for a long time. I've just been manufacturing things that I wasn't supposed to be manufacturing. And so to make that connection about the career and the earnings gave her a new purpose. And so I think the more, and I think that there's a lot of that in the state of Indiana happening. Let's connect people to career coaching. Let's put them on a path for a career so that they're not finding other ways that they shouldn't be to pursue those opportunities. So I will turn it over to Dustin Stewart to talk about our next leg.
So are you all actually doing formal programming to take that kind of insight to schools, to community centers, what are you doing with the information?
Absolutely. So career coaching has been a big part of Ivy Tech's new mission with CareerLink, and not really new. We've always been a community and career college, but we're much more intentional about it. We want every student, every alumni, whether you're high school, whether you're in the elementary schools coming to our camp, know that Ivy Tech provides career services. And so the way that we provide that at each step is part of that mission. We also really connect with a lot of our community partners to make sure to set up the community that's needed for
Where's the education coming from? Where's your job coming from? Where's your groceries coming from? Where's your housing coming from? And so I think we can continue to do that. We're getting really, we've moved to our community now, we've moved to our state in the education. So how can we move that to the state from what we learned from this model?
One more, maybe two more, go ahead.
But I think what I'm most impressed with is what I'm seeing, from the basic adult education and the success of that program. And I just wonder in the state if you believe the value is mostly from the educational components. And also part of the educational components are the essential wraparound services that you're providing. And that you mentioned about all that social training and fiscal literacy. It's a whole package. Is there, I'm sure there is data to demonstrate that it's reducing recidivism, but it's changing people. And what do you attribute that to mostly?
First of all, I'd like the opportunity to share a couple of data pieces that you brought to the top of my mind. And first of all, that is this high school equivalency work equates to 20% of all of Indiana's production of high school equivalencies. So 20% of high school equivalencies are happening in this program from this team across the entire state. So we're really trying to convey what we mean by Kay saying we punch above our weight. I'd also like to take the opportunity to call to the Strada interns that are in the room, because the Strada Foundation has come to us just in the past couple of months, and they would like to conduct a statewide study to find some of the answers about what are the components making the difference in these programs. And so we're currently having a conversation about Strada Foundation, Dr. Pete Barr coming in with his research team, working with IDOC and working with Ivy Tech to try to answer some of the questions. What's the most important programming for the best outcomes? Recidivism for our programming is about 34% less than what it traditionally is for a student having no educational program.
Yeah, 714 lives changed. That's incredible. So well done on that. I know ABE programs across the state are dealing with some funding opportunities right now. Just wondering what that looks like in the 15 facilities that you're offering.
Absolutely. So we're a contractor for IDOC. So IDOC is actually the fiscal agent on the funds that are the adult education. And we have everything figured out for next year and continue to provide adult education for IDOC and Ivy Tech. I think with the shapes and changes that we have, we need to continue to look at how we can make sure to continue this programming, and also how we can make sure to really solidify and firm up that this is an opportunity for these individuals. Dr. Polio got to meet one of our alumni yesterday, and that was what she came to him at Cody Industries yesterday with, and she said, "You need to make sure this stays." And he said, "I will make sure, and I will come to you if anything does change," is what he said. And so 700 high school graduations is magnificent. One of the lines at the high school graduations at the Branchville Men's facility, I heard a speaker say, is that he said, "You don't have to lie that you have a high school graduation anymore." And the room like erupted in laughter. And so it is an important milestone for them.
I know you're ready to move on, but I just can't, just phenomenal work that's really enlightening people across the state, including employers. It's important for them to understand this work more directly and the successes you're having. I want to build on just real quick comment around what Kent brought up, and that is glad to hear your funding through DOC ensures that you can continue on the HSE element of it. Although just for everyone's awareness, you probably are, but there is some significant challenges financially for adult basic ed and for the high school equivalency programs across the state that I think we're all going to have to be aware of and help figure out support around in various ways, but due to federal and some state cuts on that. So
it is their first step towards higher education is to wrap up the high school part of it. And so I can answer as many questions and talk as long as you want. I'm happy to have the statewide stage to talk about this work. And I think that the more employers that we can connect to that continues to provide that connection to career. We have employers coming from out of state to connect to our program. This morning, we were talking at breakfast about employers coming from Arizona and California. We need the employers here in Indiana, and they do. But that is how impressive the programming is and how much everyone needs workforce. And so I look forward to hearing any connections and conversations. Our students do go to all 92 counties and need jobs and education in 92 counties. And that's why I speak to the commission about the statewide reach that you have and any contacts that you have.
Thank you very much.
Ready to move to high school?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harson. Yeah, we know folks are excited about the correctional education work that we're doing statewide. We're very proud of it. I love Kay's description, punch above your weight for our campus. I also like to think of it as small campus, big impact. And that's how we try to think about things here in Madison. It's no different for our K-12 programming. We have worked really hard in the last decade to grow what we do with local K-12 partners, but then more recently, our reach statewide, and that is through, Kay referenced it earlier, the Indiana Course Access Portal, or ICAP. Just as a refresher or reminder, ICAP is a repository of online coursework, both high school coursework and college coursework that's provided to high schools and approved by the DOE. So students can earn high school credit or college credit through ICAP. Ivy Tech was the first post-secondary provider inside of ICAP. Now there are many more course providers. We know some of our colleagues from around the state and other institutions have joined in and offered and are offering college credit through ICAP. So we're thrilled about that. Back in 2018, when Ivy Tech became a course provider, the college stated that they wanted one campus to serve as the hub, if you will, to oversee implementation of ICAP and oversee the activities there, our course offerings. And so the Madison campus, just because we like to jump on new things like that, we jumped out there and said, we'll be the ones to, we'll coordinate that. We'll serve as the ICAP hub. And so I have to give a shout out to our wonderful K-14 team led by Andrea McDowell, who leads the efforts here. She does a great job and has really worked to grow this and our statewide reach over the last few years. As you can see on the map, since 2018, our campus has served and coordinated ICAP enrollment for all the high schools represented by the flags there on the screen. So that's north to south, east to west. That's a lot of schools that we've worked with that are outside the footprint of our service area. One of the really neat things about ICAP is just the opportunity for high schools in the state to supplement their own curriculum and fill in gaps in courses that they may not be able to offer in their school, but the students can have a chance to take online. And then one of the really neat student success pieces is the implementation or the insertion, I should say, of a school designated mentor. So a school designated mentor would go into the online course shell with the student to be able to see how the student's progressing. This could be a coach, this could be a counselor, this could be a principal, this could be a teacher, but this is the person who really sort of serves as the cheerleader for the student, because these can be challenging courses. They're taking online college courses in the case of Ivy Tech. And so it could be a challenge. And so sometimes those high school students need that extra encouragement. So a lot of reach statewide there. Talk a little bit about outcomes. We offer through Ivy Tech within ICAP over 50 college courses are available for high schools and students to choose from. In 2023-24, Ivy Tech enrollment in ICAP made up 40% of the total enrollment inside of the platform. And so that's across all providers. And then we think that this piece is really interesting. So 36% of all students who have taken an ICAP course with Ivy Tech have gone on to earn an Ivy Tech credential. And then 30% of those students have gone on to earn the Indiana College Core. All right, so we think that's impressive. I would note a couple of things. Many of the students who are counted in there as having taken an Ivy Tech ICAP course are still in the pipeline. And so they may still be working toward that credential, right? And they wouldn't be counted there yet. And then one way that we don't have a good way to capture this is some of those students took those courses, graduated from high school, and then transferred those credits to one of our four-year partners. And they may have earned credentials at those institutions as well. So that number likely could be higher than that if we count our four-year partners. So some great outcomes there. Staying in the K-12 lane, this is something that we know everyone has their eye on, or even some in this room likely involved in. But we've been paying close attention to what the redesign of the high school diploma looks like. And we're, as a campus that has really strong local K-12 partnerships, we're ready to help our local schools meet the moment. We want to be there for them. So we're doing a bit of what we might call a gap analysis right now, right? Two things. What are we already doing that would help our local schools meet these requirements and be able to offer these readiness seals? You can see the graphic on the screen there. So what are we already doing that can get us there and get our schools there? And then where are the gaps, right? So there may be some pieces there where we need to beef some things up, and we can come alongside our school partners and then our local employers to beef some things up to offer these seals. And so we're ready to do that. Just a snapshot of some of the work we've done locally. So this is more thinking about inside the footprint of our service area. Again, another shout out to our local K-14 team. But last year, this is a snapshot. We served 1,800 students, both in dual credit and dual enrollment, again, here within our service area. And we had credential production in these areas: associates in business, liberal arts, general studies, technical certificates, and medical assisting, cloud technology, welding, industrial mechanical, and then certificates in ag, business, CNA, and welding. And so, we're keeping a close eye on the list of credentials of value that are approved by the state. But we like to say we were doing credentials of value before credentials of value was cool, right? We've been cranking these things out, but we know we need to pay close attention to that and stay aligned with what the state needs from us and what our local schools need from us. We think we're well poised to come right alongside our K-12 partners to help them meet this moment and award these readiness seals to high school students. So we're excited about that. I draw your attention to the last bullet. I'll look at Commissioner Lowry here because I know you remember very well when this work started and what a lift it was just here locally. Very proud to say that 100% of our local schools are participating in offering the Indiana College Core. That's huge, and especially from the perspective of long ago when that was a tough thing to get going. So we're happy about that. All right, we talked about a couple legs of the stool. I'd like to bring up Kay Stokes, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, to kind of talk about some of the really cool programming we have with our undergraduate degree seeking students.
I just wanted to take a quick check of our time, Chair. If you'd like for us to kind of stop with those two deep dives, or if you think we have about another 5 minutes to dive into the undergraduate. Okay, perfect. Okay, so. All right, 5 minutes it is. Thank you so much. So once again, small footprint, but big aspirations. We believe in being innovative. Part of helping students and communities succeed is understanding what the local needs are and reaching them. And so part of that is about partnerships. We are deeply invested in the local community, as you can see from Dr. Harson's background. I'm a 27-year resident of Madison and never want to leave. So we are
multiplying and amplifying our ability to serve the local community through a number of academic programs that are innovative and that are new to Ivy Tech as a whole statewide. So I'm going to talk about a couple of those, highlight a couple other ways that we partner with the local community, and then we will wrap up. So, and you would have seen this, those of you who were on the tour yesterday, you would have seen our vet nursing facilities and programs. We are partnering with Hanover College. They're planning to launch a DVM program. We will do a 2-year associate's degree in vet nursing and a 1-year certificate in vet tech. What I want to point out very briefly is that the state and the nation are critically short in veterinary professionals. And vet techs and vet nurses are the physician expenders of the veterinary world. Practices that have veterinary technicians who are certified and well-educated tend to have a 30 to 40% better economic success rate than those who don't. So vet techs and vet nurses are also crucial to the success of biotech, pet health, and agribusiness, right? So we need more vet techs than ever before. And so that is the reason why we partnered with Hanover to bring this program in. And Hanover, of course, is a small liberal arts college that's down the road from us here in Jefferson County. They're Indiana's oldest private college. So another Hanover partnership. Oops, sorry. There we go. The clicker is touchy. Is our 1-to-1 nursing program. Hanover needed to start a nursing program. We have a nursing program. There's, as you know, with the commission, there's no point in having 2 schools in the same geographic area competing with each other. So we worked in partnership with Hanover to expand our number of nursing beds by taking their undergraduates. So they do their first year at Hanover. They do their second and third years here and receive an Associates of Science in Nursing. And then they go back to Hanover in the 4th year and get their BSN. And that program is running ahead of our projections in terms of admissions. We had the first cohort this year, second cohort next year. And you saw, those of you who were on the tour yesterday saw our marvelous facilities. We're also partnering with the public schools in our region, Indiana University Southeast. We are starting this fall a 2+2 associates to bachelor's degree program in business that will allow students to stay here on this campus. The IU Southeast facilities are about an hour's drive away, and that can be a barrier to people who live in the local community and have families and children and can't get down there. So IU faculty will be here 2 nights a week for an accelerated business program that will allow students to earn a 4-year degree on this campus without ever having to leave their communities. We're very proud of that one. You can see from this picture, we had a 2+2 program that was highly successful and had to put it into pause for a moment, but we have staff on this campus who are 2+2 grads from the program when it was with IU East. And so those are some of our own employees who have benefited from that kind of program. Next, I want to talk a little bit about entrepreneurship. And as you know, Ivy Tech has started a School of Entrepreneurship statewide. Thank you, Mr. Garatoni, for your assistance with that. What we're doing here on this campus is we are partnering with our local community to determine what kinds of programs and services best meet the needs. And we've been on a listening tour we've talked with the City of Madison and the Chamber of Commerce and our beautiful downtown Main Street program and all of the other stakeholders in the local business and entrepreneurship community. And what we have learned is that everybody's kind of working in a silo, and that Ivy Tech can provide services and resources and programming to serve as an umbrella. So you all have seen our beautiful downtown. It is a magnet for entrepreneurs, but often people don't have the resources or the information that they need to really be successful. So we are going to step in and serve as a coordinator and service provider and an assistant so that everybody can work together to support local entrepreneurs. And we're very proud of that and very excited about the work that we're doing there. This photo, by the way, these are our welding students talk about partnering with local entrepreneurs. We have a very successful couple who has started with a women's apparel shop downtown. Then they added a men's clothing store, and now they have turned one of the beautiful buildings downtown into a bridal center. And they came in and fitted our high school welders with business attire in order to, so that they could do interviews, and got them headshots. And these guys came in and did that on their own time because they love Ivy Tech and they love supporting the local community. So that's James Dell and Betty Jeffries and their owners. So if you're downtown, stop in, they are markets. And then early childhood education. We are partnering with local schools to improve and increase the number of early childhood education certificates. I'll move quickly. And then Family Scholar House. Family Scholar House is a national organization that provides housing. They come in, they build an apartment building, and any student who is attending higher ed in the region can live there. And so we are working with Family Scholar House to bring a facility to this campus. And that is coming up in the very near future.
Thank you. We've seen several programs of student success. We are launching an AI chat for our students to stay connected to our student voice here in the fall. A program called Ed Sites will allow us to conversationally AI with our students to ask how they're doing. How are you feeling about class next week? What are you most concerned about? Your finances, your books, your academic rigor, your housing? And then we get to take that information and use it. So we look forward to launching that to all of our students. And we look forward to reporting on the student success of that program in the near future. I hope that you've seen the student success and our guiding principles. We like to stay student focused. We meet every student where they are, whether they are at an employer, in high school, in a prison, or at our front door. And I like to bring the right people to them to make sure that they succeed. I hope you'll remember our team as you think of the next big solutions that we need to find for our state. Consider us and what we need to learn and people and places that we can share our knowledge with. A very big thank you to the commission for all that you do, and thank you for making everything we do possible.
To all of you, what a wonderful presentation, both in content, spirit, and results. So really, really appreciate that. Trying to move along here and keep us on target. I see Michelle moving to the podium, and as I referenced before, earlier, we're going to talk about bylaws. So Michelle's, that's over to you.
Thank you so much. You should have a copy of the updated bylaws in your packet. I'm not sure where it is since we shuffled around, but if you dig through there, you should be able to see that, and then a copy of this presentation as well. We last updated the bylaws on May 9th, 2024. At the top of that document, you can see, and I'll go up here on the screen, sort of the history of the updates that we've had. Most of what you'll see today is just like grammar and formatting things, but there are a few changes that I want to make sure that we go over. So we're just going to go article by article to be able to do that. So the most significant update is in Article 1, which is about offices and organization. You can see that it formally alters the terms for chair, vice chair, and secretary to align with what has been our practice in recent years. So it formalizes that those are 2-year terms, which is, again, what we have been doing for quite some time and just wasn't formalized in the bylaws, so we have done that. It also alters the timing of presenting the slate of the officers, as Chairman Peterson did this morning. Many of you recall when we used to have a commission meeting every month. We don't do that anymore. And the bylaws were not up to date with the new cadence of those commission meetings. So we have aligned that with what will now be our practice moving forward. For Article 2, which is about meetings, we just put in there that specifies that our meetings will be held at public institutions in Indiana. That was not specified previously, so we wanted to make sure that was in there. There's also some significant updates because there's new legislation that requires us to have live transmission of meetings and to provide recordings of those meetings. So we've made sure to add some details about our responsibilities in meeting that, and then corrected some grammar and formatting issues, as I previously mentioned. For Article 3 on committees, it removes the prohibition that the chair and vice chair can participate in committees. We've obviously had them participating in committees for quite some time. The bylaws originally said that they were ex officio members of committees, and that has, at least for the whole time I've been at the commission, not been our practice. As you heard Chairman Peterson share earlier, all of you are assigned to either the AMQ or BPC committees, and then all serve on student success and completion. So we updated that to reflect current practice, and again, corrected some grammar and formatting issues. For minutes, it has been the expectation that we keep a documented signed log of the minutes. We have been voting on minutes, but we had not previously been actually having those minutes signed and documenting those at the commission or filing them at the commission. And so we have started doing that. And we put in here the date by which we started formally doing that, and we'll make sure that we do that moving forward. Also corrected some grammar and formatting issues in that section as well. Same for Article 5 on order of business, just some grammar and formatting related things there. Same thing for the section that is, oh, I'm clicking too fast. The same thing on reports. And then the last section on commission and staff compensation, it adds that committee meetings for both BPC and AMQ are eligible for per diem and mileage to be consistent with what is in code. And then you all have previously officially approved anything that was at the associate commissioner role and level and higher. When we did a reorganization a few years ago, we brought in the senior associate commissioner role. And so we just clarified that you will approve both senior associate commissioners and associate commissioners, again, consistent with what has been current practice. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions before your vote. Deb.
On Article 2, you said specifies that meetings will be held at public institutions in Indiana. Sentence says locations, but it's wondering, does that just open it up a little bit more?
Sorry.
You used, the sentence says specifies that meetings will be held at public locations in Indiana.
Yeah.
You said specifies that meetings will be held at public institutions in Indiana.
Oh,
I
good
just
clarification.
watched the word location.
Yeah, the language previously included locations that did not include the in Indiana part. And so the change that we actually made was to add the in Indiana specificity.
Locations just mean we could do it outside of institutions, so, right?
Correct, yes.
So, point 9 in Article 2, members shall be given advance notice of the agenda. It seems a little vague. Like, is that 30 seconds?
Good question. Yes. We have typically, so meetings happen historically Wednesday evening and Thursday. Moving forward, they'll happen on Thursday now. We, in recent time, have sent materials on Monday before the meeting. So the agenda sort of booklet and the overview of what the day will look like, though sometimes there's times like this where we have to make last minute sort of order changes. And then we do publish the materials on the website, the PowerPoints and things like that, as close to the start of the meeting as possible. Most of those materials we usually have ready to send on that Monday as well. But particularly in legislative session, when things are happening like right down to the last minute, especially with committees meeting on Wednesday, some of the PowerPoints are changing up until the time of the meeting. So we provide as many materials on Monday as possible, and then we give the rest out at the meeting.
So the reason I bring this up is that I get a sense of the tone. There's a turn toward openness.
Mhm.
Public. And there isn't any ability for the public to see any of these documents or for us to gather any kind of information from the public about. These things are thick. There's a lot of words in here. So the commission doesn't see things until Monday and is expected to vote on Thursday. It just seems like that's kind of a tight window, especially if I want to, find out what other people on my campus, let's say, think about it. So I don't know if that's the standard practice or not, but it just seems like it's extraordinary.
Yeah, I can't say in recent years that we did not provide the materials until the day of, and then we have shifted to providing those materials the Monday before. We can certainly commit to trying to provide them sooner if possible. The challenge is that a lot of times the presentations that we are putting together, information is changing up until the time of the meeting. And so we've tried to balance early and transparent communication as much as possible with having the most accurate and timely information possible as well. And we do post the agenda as required by Open Door law and all of the materials on the commission meeting portion of our website.
Would it make sense if there's an important issue that we only hear about as a commission on Monday? Perhaps there's no timeline on what the commission does. It's not like it has to be done at the Thursday meeting. So we could potentially not be in the situation where we're hearing about things and only have 72 hours. Defer it to the next meeting.
Yeah, the other thing that I will share is, as a new member, you wouldn't have an experience this prior to this meeting, but the majority of the topics that are discussed at the commission meeting are also discussed at the BPC and AAQ committees prior. And so commission members who are on those meetings, as well as you can attend either of them, whether you're assigned to that committee or not, would see a preview of the information, have an opportunity to weigh in and ask questions. And then we make adjustments both based on that feedback that we receive, as well as new information that may be coming either during the legislative session or other things like that. So it's challenging as a new member. I know several of you as new members last year felt like you were like getting hit with a fire hose your first meeting. But as time goes on, you would have more engagement with the leaders who are leading those meetings and preparing for those presentations through BPC and AAQ.
But just to verify, there's no opportunity for public comment.
I think one of the key things, really a couple of issues. First is on your bylaws, you want to maintain as much flexibility as you possibly can in your bylaws. So that's kind of the defining document that you make sure you don't want to violate. Second thing is, in terms of the concern you have, I think, it's a valid concern. I think, we've made progress in terms of getting the information out sooner. And again, I think the point about deliberating on many of these issues at one of the respective subcommittees ahead of times kind of surfaces it. And then a third point, we've had cases in the past where we've had topics that we didn't feel like we were ready to vote on, and we have deferred those. So I think if there was a consensus among a group or even, a concern within the commission members that we're not prepared, if it is something that is not time sensitive, we have had cases where we've deferred those votes. So
I was concerned that there was some urgency and I couldn't figure out where's the urgency. So there isn't necessarily.
Yeah.
Things could be.
Sometimes it's emergency.
Sometimes there are, and when you're dealing with budget issues and some of the tuition issues, I mean, we have had cases where time sensitivity really does come into play. We've had that happen in the last year that we've got to respond to. But in many cases, you're right, Ted. Many of our issues are not time sensitive. And I think we have that flexibility to defer if indeed we need to.
But yeah, and I'll weigh in too. Dr. Cashman, thank you. This is a great comment. I appreciate your initial reference to this push toward transparency. That is something we have really tried to do in the past couple of years. I think you said it, Michelle. Essentially, commission members receive things like everything the night before. And that I honestly couldn't quite believe that. So we said, hey, let's shoot for something like 72 hours Monday. What I think we need to do then as a staff, as a senior staff, is come back, especially Mr. Chairman, to you, commission, and say, what else might we do to do that? Can we push that back to sometime the previous week? And then with the big topics, I think it's fair to say there are big topics that come out of the Academic Affairs Committee and out of the Budget Productivity Committee, which all of you said on one or the other, and get those out to you, as soon as we have something, even if it's not in its final baked version, to say, this committee met, all of you, including you who were not on the committee, and here's where they are on this, even though there might be some differences to come. So I appreciate that because it has been a push of what we've been trying to do.
I felt that, yeah.
And the more we can do that, the better, right? Yeah.
I think the two other things I'll share on that topic, for those who engage in the BPC and ANQ committees, there are certain topics that must be voted on at very specific times of the year. And so usually in those committees, we sort of let folks know what the cadence is of like, at this meeting, this must happen so that this next thing can happen. So voting on things like the budget, on certain financial aid schedules, things like that. So we try to be transparent of what the schedule looks like. These are must vote at these time topics. And then we round out the agenda with other topics that are not as urgent. The other thing that I'll share about sharing information, especially if it's not complete, is most of what we share is subject to APRA requests. And so we've also been very careful, especially with information that is could change, like data and things like that, to share the most final version possible. So that if we, it's part of the ability to like request access to information that we've shared via email and those sorts of things. Yeah. So we have tried to be sensitive of making sure that we are transparent when we share information that's not fully complete, that it is still deliberative and still being worked on, but to also for certain things that we know may get attention, especially certain data points, to make sure we have the full and complete information before we share it.
So this is, yeah, all really helpful discussion. I'm glad you brought it up. And I think, yeah, as a takeaway, the team, as you mentioned, and Michelle, maybe come back with some deeper thinking around how to best support the transparency, both to us and overall. What I was thinking as well was, perhaps an earlier heads up versus the Monday, but a heads up to commission members of what are the main topics that are going to have to require a vote.
Sure.
If you will. That way you can understand at least the topic that's coming, even though you don't have all the supporting information. It'll draw your attention and say, okay, I really got to focus on this when I get the information, and maybe, some of the elements of what is going to, be part of that discussion and deliberation. Again, like you said,
Sure.
most of these are discussed in committee, one of the two, but for those that aren't on the right committee, they may not know that. It's coming.
Sure.
So you'll get there, I think, but I think it's great. I think it's a great point.
Yeah, Dr. Ashcraft, this references.
Hey, Dan. Oh.
This reference.
Hold on 1 minute, Nancy.
The updated
Actually,
bylaws that are in our packet. I don't seem to see that. Were those shared as well?
The actual bylaws in the packet.
They're in the paperclips packet. They should be about halfway through. They're a statement document. Are static, but they are.
Got it. Thank you. Just want to cross-reference the changes.
Sure.
With that.
Yeah, that packet includes all the like supplementary handouts, I believe, mostly for Dr. Butler's presentations, but some additional materials as well.
Nancy, I think I heard your voice. I don't know who's controlling
I
the.
apologize. This is not Robert's Rules of Orders at all, but I do have to drop right now. I will rejoin as soon as I can, but just wanted to go on the record that I vote to approve these bylaws. So you've got that. Okay, thank you all. I'll jump.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, we do need to vote on this. Any other comments or questions on this topic?
I'd move approval.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. I think maybe Judd got that one. If no other comments or questions, all in favor of approval of the bylaws changes as described by Michelle and in your packet, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's see. I think if I see the reorg, we're going to go to academic affairs items. We're going to start out by some quick comments from our academic affairs and quality chairman, Dennis Bland.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Well, I'd just like to say how much I really appreciate Dr. Butler leadership in these matters, especially with the advent of House Enrollment Act 1248.
Thank you very much. Particularly with the advent of House Enrollment Act 448 and the rapid changes, the rapid requirement of turning and pivoting, the vast learning that has to take place and everything that has happened with respect to it. So I just want to really appreciate Matt, Chris, you, and the entire staff as we've tried to navigate this. I know it's been a mouthful for us to learn and to digest. And then I would also just want to appreciate the members of the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee as you look at the materials that we have gone through, the discussions that we've had, the adjustments to our own committee bylaws that we want to present to you all today. I think our last update was from 2014. And so now we have some additions. So with that, that's all I'll share at this time.
Great. Thank you, Dennis. I think we'll move that straight away into presentation from both Commissioner Lowry and Dr. Butler around program review. And Dennis, thank you for your leadership, as always, on so many things, but also on the committees. Thank you.
You're welcome. Pleasure to serve.
Looks like you got a clicker. I do. Okay. I do. Very good. Commission members, we're really excited to talk with you about this, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank you, Mr. Chairman Bland, for your leadership on the Academic Affairs Quality Committee. Specifically with regard to Senate Enrolled Act 448, certainly language that came in House Bill 1001 or House Enrolled Act 1001. But the purpose for me sharing a little bit before Matt gets into the details of the degree program review process is to remind all of us of the background, and including when this started. The evolution of this began about a year ago. It wasn't the legislative session. It wasn't, weeks or days before the legislative session or even during that. Certainly changes were made and so forth. But the background of this started a year or so ago. Matt, would you click to the first slide that says college going? This and some other slides I'm going to share with you as a reminder was the catalyst for Senate Enrolled Act 448. As you all know, the Commission's strategic plan, the HOPE agenda, is centered on improving outcomes for students, employers, and the state. I remind you, because I think the timing is really important about that, especially as we talk about something later today, that our strategy went into place. It was kicked off, if you will, in April of 2023. So during the first year, you had asked me and our team to do a deep dive situation analysis. I loved hearing Dustin mention gap analysis. We did gap analyses, where the challenges were in Indiana. So the new strategic plan went into place, or actually was announced in April of 2023. That's really important as we think about some of the other metrics that we'll talk about today, and have those focuses, outcomes on students, employers, our state. At the heart, the voluntary actions that our state public institutions have taken to thoroughly review their catalog of degree programs aligns with these priorities, and I'll share a little bit more about that. 3 years ago, as you know, in 2022, June of 2022, at one of your then commission meetings, we started sounding the alarm that our college going rate had dropped in 10 years from 68 to 53%. By the way, you'll see the latest numbers, which are 2023. You know how lagging data makes me absolutely crazy. The lagging data will show that the college going rate of 2023 was 52%. Frankly, not surprising, because our strategic plan literally was announced in April. Students graduating in May, essentially that strategic plan had no impact on them. It's those things going forward. Leading indicators, those you've heard us talk about from Kyle and others from our business intelligence team, are really what we look out for. Like the increases in enrollment we've seen the last 2 years at our public and our private institutions indicate that we're starting to bend the curve, but a lot of work remains. Importantly, I think this is really critical to keep in mind as we think about the degree program review process. We find in various studies a interesting dynamic. I'll illustrate this for you. The Indiana Department of Education's most recent survey showed that when asked in May high school seniors, about 3/4 of them, roughly 76%, say that they intend to go to college. And by August, it's ended up somewhere at 52, 53% the last few years. Similarly, as you'll recall, our own research with Heart and Mind Strategies last year indicated that roughly 80% of those students and their parents and guardians see value in the investment. So we have this delta of roughly 20% between those students who say they're going to go, they have interest, they see the value, and then those who end up taking action and actually enrolling. Next slide, please. So again, I referenced the research that we did last year with Heart and Mind Strategy. You know, that research indicated 3 key things, and I'm going to touch on one of them right now. And that has been, for years, a lack of career coaching and navigation. I hope you're heartened like I was to see the Career Link office here at the Ivy Tech campus, because they have made that ubiquitous to what they do for students. So our own research said that students often do not go because they lack that career coaching and navigation experience, that they're not sure what to do. So in addition to that, many students lacking career coaching also face a plethora of choices. They choose to not go or they'll oftentimes make an ill-informed decision. Next slide, please, Matt. Now, closely related to this and the reality of this lack of career coaching and so forth is the degree proliferation. I'd be remiss if I didn't note this too. In the last couple of years, Indiana, General Assembly, Governor have stepped up career coaching. You know about the career coaching grants, you know about the career scholarship accounts, and so forth. The state is placing emphasis on that. What's particularly interesting, if you think about the challenges a student faces in making these kind of decisions, challenges of not having good or adequate career coaching has been a proliferation of degrees. And we started that discussion last summer because we started seeing the numbers. We started looking retrospectively and saying, what has been going on? Well, here's what's been going on. Since the early 2000s, the fact of the matter is what has been going on with the proliferation has left students overwhelmed. Nationally and in our own state, just since the early 2000s, there has been a roughly 40% increase in bachelor degree programs and higher. You heard that right, 40%. That was approximately 1,000 at just our state institutions alone during that period, and breathtakingly about 23,000 nationally. So we wonder why students are challenged in making these choices. So with these things in mind, including the declining college going rate, we see clearly the need for more career coaching, better career coaching, and the state is taking action on that. Those programs are in the ramp-up phases, early phases, but we're seeing those take place. This degree program review process is an excellent complement to that, to helping students have clear choices and understanding what those are so that we can continue to drive better outcomes for students, employers, and Indiana. I'm not going to get into further process portions right now because Dr. Butler, Matt, is the absolute expert on this, as Chairman Bland was saying, and I'm going to turn it over to him because he's got several slides he wants to review with you to that end.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Yes. I think it'd be important to revisit the statute that is, yes, Mr. Garitone.
What's FEI?
A state educational institution. Yeah. Is revisit the statute regarding the more annual program review of our state institutions, degree programs in House Enrolled Act 1001, and that's the graduate thresholds. And I think worth revisiting that because there are specific numbers there. 1001, which was at the back of the budget, was added during a conference committee as a complement to the degree program approval and review statute that was enacted from Senate Enrolled Act 448, which was our agency bill. Within 1001 is a relatively basic statute, and it requires state educational institutions to request approval to continue a degree program if the immediately preceding 3-year average of graduates falls below a specified threshold by degree type. Those being 10 for an associate degree, 15 for a bachelor's, 7 for a master's, and 3 for education specialist programs and doctorates. If approval is not granted or disapproved, the educational institution has to eliminate the program and reallocate the resources. You'll notice from this statute, and this is paraphrasing, but it's pretty much nearly verbatim of it. It's a very close summary, thanks to Mr. Harold. There's no consideration for new programs. How can a new program build a 3-year average, especially if it's a relatively long gestation program like a master's or a bachelor's or a doctorate? And so in preparing to implement the statute, commission staff conceived and developed what we call a ramp-up period for newer degree programs. And so in early May, CHE staff developed this framework, and then we shared it with all of our state institutions to help inform their deliberations as we approach July 1st. Newer degree programs need multiple years to enroll and then produce graduates. Again, that's heavily dependent upon the type of degree type. So in this way, in developing a ramp-up period, no newly approved programs will immediately be at risk. And as we go through them by degree type, the minimum a number of years is 7. And we devised this by, likes to click forward really fast. Every degree program, we added 1 year just to start because degree programs are approved throughout the state fiscal year. So it was my argument that should be a wash. And then the typical extended time to completion, and then another 3 years to help build an average. And so for associate degrees, that's 7. For bachelor's, it's 10. For master's, it's 7. For education specialist programs, it's 7. And for doctoral programs, it's 12. And there's about 400 programs who are in ramp-up period right now. When we look at the most recent year under analysis, which I'll get to, and that is fiscal year 2024. And so this framework is crucial, I believe, for both the commission and the institutions to engage in medium-term planning through this program review process based on thresholds. And so with that, we shared the ramp-up period when we also approached the state institutions on what we called an opportunity for voluntary early action to be proactive and get in front of the statute before its effective date of July 1st. What we did first is we provided degree conferral data for 21, 22, 23, acknowledging that it did not have 24 data. It wasn't ready yet, it wasn't validated, but this exercise would be useful to inform their deliberations. And they also, our state institutions have their own internal records, which are quite close and will help inform their decisions as well. We asked the institutions to review their academic program inventories with the conferral data we shared with the ramp-up period and start to assess how can they get in front of the July 1st work. And so we provided preliminary guidance beforehand at the May AA&Q meeting, and then at the June 13th, we posted guidance as well, asking for voluntary submissions by June 23rd, which would then be addressed at the June 30th AA&Q meeting. So I'd like to get into the details though of what those sort of voluntary actions can be. And so that probably requires a little bit of a background. The AA&Q committee processes as informational items what are called routine staff actions or academic program inventory requests. We do these every month. They're processed by staff and they're reported to the committee as an informational item. They're not an action item. They can include basic things like changing the credit hours, changing the SIP code for a degree, to eliminations, suspensions, mergers and consolidations. Those latter 3 are the key ones, say, for this opportunity for voluntary early action. Eliminate, suspend, or merge and consolidate. And it's worth noting that institutions have used this prerogative and this option to eliminate 162-degree programs on their own initiative since 2020. Can be quite common at times. Also, we invited early commitments to routine staff actions so that they could decide on delaying. They know they want to, say, merge or consolidate a program, but they want their faculty to work on it for a few more months. And therefore, in this opportunity, they are committing, we will merge and consolidate, X, Y, and Z degrees down the line, but we aren't ready to do a routine staff action. So some high level overview of what we received from the institutions. 6 chose to participate. And in terms of what was reported from institutions to us, 404 programs were affected. On the elimination side, there were 74. 67 of the 74 had 0 enrollments. Let me say that again, 0 enrollments. One institution that reported the most eliminations, they were all 0 enrollments. I'm saying that's 67. The other 7 were concluding their teach outs. They were either already suspended or their students were going to be taught out this summer or this fall. So in effect, of those 74 eliminations, there was no impact on students. Excuse me. There were also suspensions. There were 101. And then the overwhelming bulk, 229, were merge and consolidate actions or commitments to future mergers and consolidations. And a little bit more detail on the overall impact. We have roughly 2,200 degree programs. This brings it down in some ways down to 1,800. Since some of the merger consolidations aren't done yet, it's really hard to give exact figures. But from all of these actions, 33 graduates per year would be impacted, or this is 33 graduates per year flow through these programs impacted, which represents about 4% of all state educational institutions graduates per year. Of the programs impacted by eliminate or suspend, 2,400 graduates. And that 2,400 includes actually the IU systems because they are using a 2-step process of suspend, then merge and consolidate. So we'll revisit that 2,400 number, but it's in some ways inflated in terms of programming that will continue in another way, shape, or form. Again, all the eliminated programs were 0 enrollment or concluding their teach outs. All suspended and merged consolidated programs will require an orderly teach out, enabling the currently enrolled students to complete their original program study, or they can transfer to the newly consolidated one, or they can change their majors entirely if they so choose. And I don't want to belabor this 2 point, but it might be worth revisiting what a suspension is. It's either this routine staff action I just talked about, or it's a future commitment to suspend. And typically the first step of a suspension is that the program stops admitting new students and it's starting a glide path down that serves the currently enrolled students. And that's called a teach out. It's an orderly teach out used that follows a teach out plan. It's required by federal financial aid law regulations. It's also required by regional accreditors, in our case, HLC. And once all students are taught out or exited, the program is then empty or 0 enrollment. And then a subsequent routine staff action can eliminate that program and take it off the API list. There are distinctions, and I pointed to one institution. Some may decide to suspend first, then merge and consolidate. And then also it's important to note that a suspension with teach out doesn't necessarily mean that instructional opportunity is completely gone. Many programs currently have minors associated with them. Those minors will almost certainly stay. Also, there are times where a suspended program will be accommodated by a concentration or track in an adjacent degree program. And I think this is the one to focus on the most, and you see it simply by the numbers. 57% of the voluntary actions are mergers and consolidations. In total, these programs, these would be all the non-IU mergers and consolidations, 900 graduates. I'm sorry we don't have the IU disaggregated. That's something we can get, and we'll disaggregate that. But you hear the term merger and consolidation. Is there a difference? And there is. A merger is when one or more programs merge into another pre-existing one, and that pre-existing program will continue on, and it will accommodate the absorbed or merged in programs through a concentration, track, or major. A consolidation is where you take at least programs and they're adjacent programs, they're related programs, and they consolidate into a new program. So. And then these are just some rehashed important notes. I'll go through them pretty fast. But institutions have always had the ability to do API, academic program inventory, request changes. It's their prerogative. They are informational items processed through the committee, reported to the commission. There's no action to them. Any of these programs, any of these actions do not really take full effect until, if there are students involved, do not take full effect until fall of 2026. Some of the routine staff actions or programs like the eliminations that could happen quickly or suspensions that could happen quickly. Yes, the institution will take it off their application process for next year. I also want to, out of transparency, say when we announced this at the June 30th committee meeting and there was the press release, there were 408 programs impacted. We received subsequent updates from the institutions, which there was a request to remove 4 because this was entirely voluntary. Of course, we obliged that request. We updated the list. It's been date stamped. It's on the AANQ website. That brought the 408 down to 404. There are also a couple of institutions that asked not to remove a program from the list, but revise its action. And in those cases, it involved not wanting to do a routine staff action merger consolidation now. They wanted a bit more time to think it through with their faculty. So that was revised to a commitment to merge and consolidate. I think it'd be important to look at maybe 2 major areas of importance and as illustrative examples. One being education. There were 69 programs impacted in the 13 SIP code. SIP stands for Classification Instructional Program. 13 SIP code. There are other education degrees outside of that when they're like an MAT, Master's of Arts in Teaching, but this is where the true bulk of education programs are situated. Of the 69, 15 were eliminations. All but 3 had 0. The remainder were completing teach outs. There are 7 suspensions towards teach outs, and then 47, roughly 70% of them were mergers and consolidations. And I think a few examples here would be Ball State committed to consolidate 4 STEM education degrees that were spread across 4 different departments into a new BA, Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Science, and Science Education. The students taking that in the future, as I understand, will concentrate in chemistry, earth space, life science, or physics. There were several others. For example, Purdue Fort Wayne committed to consolidate their early childhood, elementary, and secondary education into 1 education degree. And then the Indiana University system just in total had 27 education degrees. They are committing to merge and consolidate. On the world languages front, in the 16 SIP code, 31 world languages were there, 1 elimination, 0 enrollments, 11 suspensions, and then 19 for mergers and consolidations or commitments to mergers and consolidations. And then you see some of them there are also teaching degrees because sometimes they're placed in non-13 zip codes. I guess before I move on to post-July 1st implementation, maybe anyone might have questions on the voluntary early action process we went through and any of the figures or conclusions I provided. Yes.
So, discussed how this was voluntary. I'm noticing one of the programs here is actually a new program that is already being suspended. It's a program that was discussed back in the spring, the Bachelor of Science in Public Health for Sexual and Reproductive Health in University of Wilmington. I believe that new cohort is coming out this fall, and the now says also this is suspended towards elimination. So is that coming from the university specifically? Or is there-
Can you provide the number?
It is 107.
107.
Because I believe that the new cohort is coming out this fall. Does that mean that we're not looking at?
No, right. This is one of those instances in which, because it's part of the Indiana University system, they reported their merger and consolidations in 2 steps. And under the voluntary routine staff action or future commitment, they filed a suspension first. And then they have a commitment to merge and consolidate. I don't want to speak for them, but I would assume you'll look elsewhere. There are other public health bachelors like fitness and wellness. I would assume their plan is to consolidate those back into its sort of mother public health degree, but I don't know and I don't want to speak for them. But you're right, that is from, I believe, November. That's a newer program and it absolutely would be a ramp-up period. But this is a voluntary reorganization of their portfolio of degrees, and I would assume that's what they're doing, given the other ones listed here right next to it.
And really quickly, Matt, sorry, the ramp-up period doesn't prevent the institution from doing something sooner than that. The ramp-up period is in essence giving them, time to do so before they would have to come to the commission to be authorized to continue something. So any institution still has that ability to make those kinds of shifts. The ramp-up period that Matt and others helped develop just help to allow for that requirement after July 1 that they come before if they're below those thresholds. Great question, Samantha.
You had stated that 6 institutions were involved in the voluntary aspect. Was IU one of those 6? So is it public knowledge as far as who did not participate and what does that look like for that institution?
Yes, 6 of the institutions that I'm bundling, say the IU system or the Purdue system. Vincennes University did not participate. We did speak with them on a number of occasions. They've been going through quite a bit of leadership flux with their provost moving over, but I don't want to speak. I think maybe Tony Hahn is here, but we spoke with them and I think it also it shows that this was sort of a voluntary opportunity to exercise this, to be out in front of implementation, facilitate statutory implementation after July 1st. With no strong expectation of it if a system didn't want to or wasn't in the position to do this thoughtfully and carefully on their own volition.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. For Dr. Butler, I'm not really sure. I know this is the voluntary time. And so I think what I want to speak to is that I've spoken with several students who are currently in universities and the communication for some of the universities has been very good. So the universities, I commend to the universities that they've been proactive and some of the students have, I've spoken with have said, my program was going to get eliminated, but it's been consolidated, so everything's good. So the students are already aware and they've been, the communication has been proactive. So well done, whatever communication is going on. And I've spoken with several of the university's students. And so I think that's been a positive that the students are well aware this is happening. I mean, and this is early on. So I think that's really good. They already know my degree is safe, it's been moved here, or et cetera. And so I just want to make sure that the commission was aware that that's been going on already. So good job.
I guess my question is, did the commission have the power to do something like this? But why is the legislature passing a law? It seems like that's a rather blunt instrument. Do we have any information on why this had to go to the legislature as opposed to just handling it with the institutions and the commission?
Yeah, I think that's a great question to ask Dr. Castronova. And in our own state and frankly, I think across the country, what we've seen is this proliferation and not always expressed authority, whether it's in our statutes or whether it's in another state. And depending upon interpretation, could the commission or coordinating bodies, everybody knows, and it ranges from coordinating bodies to boards of boards of regents and so forth. I think there was just the thought that, gee, for decades, this has just continued, and whether that expressed authority was there or not, framing something up for current commission members, future commissioners to really understand that we need to thoughtfully not only just approve degrees, frankly, but to have some cycle of revisitation to those and some parameters to consider. So I think it's a great question. And, frankly, I think it's just been, it's not been a priority for most states. I would say practically any state, but that may be too broad. We're starting to see that understanding. It's a great question. And, yeah.
I have a follow-up, please. If we could look at the, what was it, the Ball State, what was it, education degrees? This is a case of mergers and consolidations, right? So we had 4 majors: chemistry, earth, space, life, and physics. And so if I understand it, students studying in all those things are going to study in a new degree, name something. They're going to concentrate in those 4 things. It seems to me like nothing has changed.
Yeah. I turned it on. Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the different degrees, whether they're eliminated, suspended, merged, consolidated, in that one student might have been taking that specific STEM degree. I have it named out here, Matt. And now, so 4 students over there are taking 4 separate things. Now they're all taking under this one umbrella. I think it's a lot of the ancillary things that might come with it as an institution that are actually going to affect the institution more. So if I'm advising someone, what is the level to which I have to know 1,800 or 2,200, and I'm only using the aggregated numbers, versus being able to say, you can do it in this education degree. Now, certainly you can concentrate in these, but I think it comes down to the degree to which we have to have specialized information across the system, whether that's in catalogs, whether that's in an advisor's office, whether that is in, other systems that exist on a campus. Are there ways that as you consolidate things, can actually concentrate them, right? We see this in other portfolio management. To a great degree, this is portfolio management on the part of an institution. And it's other sectors, do this all the time, whether it's in industry or retail and so forth. But there are extra things that come from having each one of those separate offerings, whether it's in a service industry or a product industry and so forth. So I think those are some of the kinds of things that will begin to subtly change. But hopefully for the student, she or he is still going to be able to get a degree that then allows them to have expertise or some level of expertise in that specific area.
So you're saying that does address the career coaching issue?
I think it really does. I think it addresses that, and then just the larger systems issues that occur across the broad organization.
Just to explain why.
I appreciate that.
The dean of the college where I work had a town hall, and I was struck by his attitude, which seemed to be, oh, don't worry about this, faculty. We're just going to move some things around. We're not going to really do anything. That's why I brought it up.
I'm quite encouraged by the kind of impact that I was trying to describe there, will actually have, including career coaching and such.
I apologize for my ridiculously blunt and likely simplistic approach to this, but I was of the impression in looking at all of this that it was just a matter of moving from looking at the trees to the forest. That it used to be in days of old that if you were pursuing a business degree, it would be marketing or management or accounting, maybe. There might be three. And then moving into this generation's necessity to select a major, it was one flavor of Baskin Robbins, 3,000 possible business degrees. And my hope in looking at this project was that we were going back to maybe three. And I think that we're going back to the forest and stopping our analysis of the trees to pigeonhole the students. Isn't that our goal?
Right. I think if I followed you, the bottom line on this as an example, and again, remind everybody, voluntary action, before the statute actually is in place. If we start even just with the voluntary action before this all goes into place. And Matt, if I've got these numbers right, so degrees, simple numbers that I find are fairly simple. They proliferated by 40% in the last 15 to 20 years. This constitutes a roughly 18 to 19%, going from roughly 2,200 to 1,800, Matt, I can't remember the numbers. And at the end of the day, a couple of percentage of students are actually affected. And I think to your point, Pepper, this is the first step to helping make that easier. To what degree is 1,800 easier than 2,200? Well, that's relative. But again, for all of those other reasons we've talked about, just by an individual school, the choice should become easier. And knowing where those are headed. So this is the first step. And again, Matt has said it multiple times. These are, folks, these are zero to low, very low enrollment and completion programs. But they're out there as choices today.
I'd just add to the point that, and I think this is accurate, Matt, but I think it's not as simple as a black or white, one way of doing things versus another over the years. I do think that what all this will require is a balance of working with the institutions around the degrees and also helping students and helping the institution navigate to make sure that the degrees that are out there, either be now or in the future, are tied to the market opportunity for those students as well from a graduation standpoint. There are degrees that have very low volumes, but that are critical in certain industry fields and certain applications. And so that's where the nuance comes in making sure that it's not just a blunt look at the number, but that it's contingent upon the degree itself and what the opportunities are for students, et cetera, et cetera. So. You don't agree with that? Okay. Any other comments right now before we move?
If not, I would just I'd move back to the slide because Commissioner and I were sort of touching upon it. I would just stress that this appears that a fifth of the academic program portfolio was only accommodating roughly 4% of total graduate output. And it perhaps begs the question of some streamlining and perhaps reorganizing scarce resources so that things can be in more viable vehicles going forward. But again, that can't be done. That shouldn't be done in a black and white or binary way. And going forward, this will be certainly more nuanced. If that's helpful. I'm also told that we're running behind. So,
hey, Matt.
sorry to that, or just before you move into the next section. So, at the beginning, you talked about the levels based on associates. I think it has to have 10 graduates, et cetera. That's by institution, right? Not by physical site. So it's not that, is that accurate or not?
No. Well, for Ivy Tech, it is by the whole system. But say for the Indiana University system, it is by the campuses you generally think of. Bloomington, East, Indianapolis. There are programs which we addressed in the initial guidance about what are called online multi-campus collaboratives. And those came to the commission in that very structured and were considered and approved in that manner to save and pool resources across multiple campuses to serve more students and also save resources and leverage great professors here and great professors over here so they can teach students across the state. So for those, we are treating them as one program of study across, combining also if the graduate threshold across the entire collaborative is above the threshold, then say one of the regional campuses is bundled with everybody else. So.
Okay, I think I understood that.
And Vincennes is.
I obviously didn't understand it completely. I'm glad I asked the questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And since we are,
And because we're behind, sorry. Do we know what the staffing impact is? Do we know that, do we know what the staffing impact is to the institutions?
they did not report that, so I did not.
Ricky, I have one comment. Yeah. I really apologize for prolonging this conversation, but at some point, these schools need to run P&Ls in every program to see where it is. That was cut from the chase and all this.
And I know Matt will touch on it a little bit, and that's part of where the nuance, if you will, comes in with Senate Bill Act 448, because we're talking about the supply and the demand and the wage outcomes and all of those things. It's a pretty basic view of what's taking place in the ball. So.
Since we're past the effective date in July 1st, we are now in the implementation stages of the actual statute and those thresholds. As I mentioned before, we are using the period of 22, 23, and 24. The FY24 data has been validated. It's been packaged to go to the institutions, and it will go to the institutions this week, along with a memo and a template in which to respond to that list and make annotations to ensure there are consistencies. We are creating what we call a mutual consensus list, and mutual consensus might be really redundant, but I wanted to stress it, that both the institution and the commission will agree what are the under threshold degree programs that need approval to continue before we proceed. So this is a step one. I anticipate that we will set a deadline to have that turned around in mid-September with the start of the school year. And also the, I don't know if it's called the collection stage or validation stage for other things. Our institutional research, our registrars, our offices at our institutions are doing a lot of things all at once at the beginning of the school year. And so is our data team. So we want to give a decent amount of time for them to review that list. There will be updates to that list that they need to incorporate based on the early actions we just took. It will not reflect them. Which will require a little bit of extra work, but many of those actions will make this process much simpler because it's taking a lot of items off the table for analysis. And like I said, we'll be sending that this week along with the memo and a template. Only degree programs that are on the eventual mutual consensus list will need approval to continue. And then another step will be, and it'll probably overlap, is the submission of what is program viability data, which was outlined in the guidance. That includes enrollments, completions, credit hour production versus institutional credit hour production, and other measures in which we'll sort the degree programs to make simultaneous relative comparisons to help add a bit more nuance to this. When it comes time for an institution to request approval to continue for a degree program, They have to specify a category sought. There is conditional and there is restricted, and I won't get into them too much, but under conditional, there's really just two. Ramp up period programs, which we just talked about, the newer ones, and then programs with what we're calling an improvement plan. These would be ones that, as Chairman Peterson referred to, have good student outcomes or have a major state, societal, and high need impact, but they're below the threshold. The institution will be able to make a case, an evidence-based argument to keep that going. They need to say whether it's mission critical, mission aligned, discretionary. We're intentionally leaving those terms to their own interpretation for this first year to see how that plays out. I think it's important. If every degree program is mission critical, that says something. Or well, if it's claimed to be mission critical, that says something. Other is a planned fiscal support for the program. We think that's important because so much of this is also the optimal usage of scarce resources. So that's another element. But those would be some of the key
Right when
areas
they got at it.
for the approval to continue
That's so
process.
stupid. Good old Ted, huh?
I believe it's,
I don't,
unless
well,
anyone
they
has
just
questions on
started
that,
going
I'm going
through
to turn
things.
to Commissioner Lowry to close. Oh, yes, Abby.
Approval. Who is doing the approval? Is that the AAQ committee? Is that staff? Who's doing that approval?
Like almost all of our program processing, we foresee would be a staff recommendation. The AAQ committee would approve up or down or make a decision. And given the gravity of this, I would think it would then move as an action item to the full commission.
I would request that the commission, the committee members see the list with advance notice and time of which ones are going to be on that list, just so that we are aware that our constituents of what we're representing, we are aware of what's going on, rather than see it short notice.
When we have what we call the mutual consensus list of the programs that need to apply for approval to continue, we will circulate those, and I believe we'll also make them public. Some of them will have enrollment. If there's a request about the enrollment, some of them will have enrollment that's below a privacy threshold and will need to be suppressed. And that's in keeping with our typical data privacy. But yes, that's a very, very valid. Thank you for raising it.
On that point, could I also request to see the numbers what was it, the viability index? So when the information comes out, there's something that's multiplying the replication. Sorry, just diving into it, there's a thing called a replication ratio and then a credit hour production as a percentage of total credit hours at the institution. Are these standard metrics or, and the multiplication of them into a viability? I'm just concerned that we're going to get a ranking that comes to us and we don't know where the number came from. So
you would like to see the underlying numbers for
sure.
Yeah.
I'd also say, I don't think, is there any cost information? Like how much does this program cost and things like that?
In this first year, we in order to stand things up quickly, we felt we could only look at certain things. And in the first year, especially, the emphasis was on enrollment. And the emphasis should also, I think, be on the usage of that degree program where it's home department, hence the credit hour. I think like a hypothetical example would be, say, a physics department or a mathematics department. It's doing not only its own students, which might be lower in number, but it's doing heavy weight when it comes to service courses to other STEM majors, to management majors, and then doing a lot of electives. So, and to your point, I cannot claim those metrics. They were in an important institutional research journal, which I can find for you.
Okay, that's good. If you could, thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick comment, considering when this became state law, and as we sit here today, Dr. Butler, the process has been developed. I think we all kind of wondering, what does this look like? What does this mean? And today we've got a better understanding of that, and really appreciate the work that's gone into this. So the plane is flying, and you got your paintbrush out and trying to work through this and we're providing, additional input. So just really appreciate the work that's being done. I feel like I have a better understanding, still more to learn, but feel better, as we try, as this is long now. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Matt. And thank you, Commission Member Kramer, for making those comments. As I close this portion of it, it's sort of bring us full circle back to why and what's driving all of this. I would again be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Butler for all of his work on this. It has been a really heavy lift, and I would be missing something if I didn't thank the institutions. They have done a lot of work on this. People have done a lot of work on something that has needed to be done for decades. Now, in closing, what I want to bring you back to is the topic where we started and what we've been focusing on diligently the last 3 years. And that is improving out of college going rate, completion rates, and graduate retention so that we might improve post-secondary attainment in the state. Post-secondary attainment in the state, when I was born, ranked us 40th in the nation, and when I arrived here 3 years ago, ranked us 40th in the nation. We know those numbers. Probably get tired of hearing those often. But in doing so, what we said was we've got to understand what the challenges are. We saw some of those from our deep dive. We saw some of those again from the research we did with Heart and Mind Strategies. The two things that come up all the time are affordability or cost. And as we started the whole career coaching, making a decision, dropping from 75% of students interested in saying they're going to go to low 50%. So what were the keys? Career coaching, that ability, that plethora of decisions to make. We've talked about that. The other one that I think is very germane, because you, commission, predecessors of those of us who are here today have worked diligently on this, and that's the affordability side of this. I want to show you how this is connected. Indiana, as you can see, the numbers were third, Midwest, ninth in the nation in need-based financial aid. I think once the 21st Century Scholars of 2027, remember, we don't have more going to college yet because those were eighth graders starting in 2023, but we're going to start seeing that impact toward the end of this decade. I think we're going to go up just because of that. Indiana ranks eighth in the nation in holding tuition down for over a decade. Talked about the 21st Century Scholars Program. Of course, as you know, those numbers will fluctuate each year based upon the size of the eighth grade class and then the number of students who actually qualify for free and reduced lunch or income eligible. But it's more than doubled since the last year of the old way, which was 2022. Less than 20,000 kids, around 50,000 a year now. Franco-Bannon grant, the actions you took and we took, along with the governor and legislature, back in late 2022, early 23, means utilization of more of that appropriation every year. And by the end of this decade, it will mean more than an additional $250 million going to low-income students so that they can go, they can complete. Holding down tuition, you took action in May. It was historic action. We don't believe any other state's actually done it. And that is recommending to our institutions who all adopted this since then and now, hold down tuition fees flat for the next 2 years. And besides that, Stride Education, whose interns are with us today, ranks Indiana as a top 10 in the nation in affordability. So my point is, you, the institutions, all our partners, policymakers have been focusing diligently on one of the two primary barriers the students and their parents cite. Additionally, the state has begun to take action on career coaching. Last slide, please, Matt. We have things that are going in place there. This rounds it out. This starts to really bring together the elements that we have seen in our own data and that we see in the research that's been conducted for us on the outside that help students be able to access, afford, and make decisions relative to their education. And I thought it was important to start there, to come back here, because this is part of the pie. This is part of the critical element to improve where we want our state to go, outcomes for students, outcomes for employers, outcomes for our state. So again, I can't thank Dr. Butler enough. I thought your questions were excellent, commission members. Thank you. You know, we redesigned how these commission meetings take place a couple of years ago so that we would have exactly what occurred today, which was a lot of thoughtful question and commentary.
As way taller than me. I just want to help Chairman Peterson, keep us moving along on the agenda. So just want to call out, we have about a half hour before lunch. We have 2 additional, academic affairs voting items and 2 budget voting items. Before we have some folks who have to leave at lunchtime. So we're trying to get all the voting items in before lunch. So just want to, let y'all kind of know where we stand on the agenda.
Thank you for your assistance. That's super helpful. I think before we get to to a couple of these voting items, are we still, I believe we have on the agenda a need to look at the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee Mission and Responsibilities document. Are we going to do that?
Yes, sir, that does require adoption.
Oh, we got some, sorry. Okay.
And I can move somewhat quickly through this. This is the copy, it should be in your packet. That was amended and adopted by the Academic Affairs Committee on June 30th. Some of the members might remember we circulated copies of this earlier, I think maybe as early as March. And started doing track changes, looks at it, and we addressed them in the committee and had opportunities for edits. The main purpose I saw behind this was first was coming into the commission, looking to see what does the committee do. Its duties and workflow are going to become more high profile, perhaps definitely more consequential through 448 and obviously with 1001 as well. That we needed to revisit it. I looked for what one might call a charter or document for the committee. It was titled Mission and Responsibilities. I thought we should keep that, but it dated back to 2014. It was just a front and back one pager. And so with that in mind, I thought we would update it with the committee's input and their approval to reflect our new statutory requirements, our new statutory workflow. Quite a few changes that we've done in the last few months, I think, for the betterment of the process, particularly for new degree program approvals. And then also just some more modernizing language in terms of best practices, emerging trends, say like in-state graduate retention, say artificial intelligence, embedded stackable credentials, many of these things weren't as to the forefront, say, the higher ed conversation in the early 2010s. So I hurry along. I think it's worth revisiting 448. You've probably seen this slide now four times maybe. But it requires us to look at certain measures and metrics when it comes to both degree program approval and degree program review. Obviously with July 1st coming, approval was a top priority, plus the 1001 threshold work. Those are very time sensitive. Obviously, that is all part of the review process and will be going forward. It also required us to look at student outcomes, say in-state retention, wages. It required us to look at programmatic aspects such as work-based learning requirements, embedded stackable credentials, accelerated delivery options, what have you. And it also required the commission or a committee established by the commission to turn around a complete application within 90 days. So at times we have our work cut out for us. And so by that, by extension, that required, in my opinion, and committee members agreed and reinforced it, Chairman Bland, Chairman Peterson, to revisit this document. And I'll move along. We kept the succinct mission statement from 2014. I don't think it really needed to be changed, and kudos to what was originally adopted. For the responsibilities, we kept intact what were pre-July 1 current law responsibilities, that is approving degree programs, processing routine staff actions as informational items. Again, those are those academic program inventory change requests, reviewing the guidelines and processes, keeping an eye on the strategic plan. The 2014 referred to the Reaching Higher and Achieving More strategic plan. I don't remember that, but I do remember Reaching Higher and State of Change. I do remember that one. And then also to discuss and invite presentations on trends and promising trends. So with the responsibilities and so much statutory changes, we updated those to accommodate approval disapproval. That's was in pre-July 1 current law and 448. The 10-year review cycle, 448. The more annual under threshold review cycle in 1001. And I skipped ahead because of our bylaw changes. We wanted to cite the committee's creation under bylaws. So there's a small section there for that. This is where we, did I skip too fast? Yeah, under the responsibilities, we modernized and updated, and that's where we included reviewing processes for existing academic programs, hence program review. We also swapped in the HOPE agenda and its key goals to be more timely. There were a short list of bullet points in terms of promising practices and what have you. We added to that for both more modern best practices and programmatic features, but also HOPE agenda areas of priority, and then also administration priorities, especially with the education vertical. Those were added. Another aspect I thought about this document was it could be an important informational vehicle for new committee members, new staff, perhaps new members of academic affairs offices at the universities. So Chairman Bland and I agreed that having sort of an explanation of the meeting cadence, the meeting structure, and our business meetings was important. We meet 11 times a year. We meet on the last Monday of a month. It's always at 2 o'clock, those sorts of things. And this is what we do. We specify submission deadlines in order to be to be eligible for consideration of the next meeting. Obviously, with more going into this, we need time to give these submissions thoughtful reflection and also back and forth with the institutions. And I'll be quick because these really overlap with 448, which you've heard a lot about. There were separate documents out there in different places for practices and procedures and checklists for what was needed when submitting a new degree program proposal. There is some overlap there, and you'll recognize many things like, say, labor market demand, programmatic features, those sorts of things. These updated checklists were reordered to mimic the new application packet, which went on the website June 30th for both new degrees and credit-bearing certificates of 13 credits or more. And if you follow along with the, and I don't have the PowerPoint, but if you follow along for the checklist, they correspond in order for all of the sections within the application packet. And then I've also cited the code citations, so you know that there are some there that are truly statutorily required. One thing I will point to is institutions in our previous packet were always required to provide 5 years out projected enrollment. Instead, with 1001, we moved that to be whatever the ramp up period for that degree type +1. Because when one considering to add a new degree program, I think it's incumbent on the institution to prove that after the ramp up period, that program will be viable enrollment wise. So that was a feature, and you'll see that in the application packet. May have turned this off. One other thing I would just say is that the credit bearing certificate approval process is brand new for us. We decided that 13 credit hours up is a good point, because below that, I don't think it's worth the commission's time perhaps to be spending much time on, say, micro credentials. So we picked that point and forward, and also the credit bearing certificate application is much shorter than the degree program application, as one could understand it. So.
Great. Matt, thank you. I know how much work this has gone into this by you and the staff, as well as the A and Q committee, because this, as you mentioned, I think March, maybe the first draft of this came out, and it went back and forth a number of times with the committee. So a lot of consternation and improvement to that. So hopefully everyone, we do need a vote for approval on this. So hopefully everybody does feel comfortable, given the background, given the information that was provided both ahead of time and here. Hopefully we have comfort with moving forward with this approval. Larry, thank you. Second. Thank you, Ken.
Are there any comments or additional questions for Matt or Chris or anyone else?
Make a comment. Sure.
Thank you. Sorry for the delays. We tried and passed the mic. But Chris, my thought still goes to your opening comments and kind of laying this out. At the risk of sounding dramatic, I think the piece about the guidance and counseling and how we navigate, I think that's probably one of the most transformative tools that we can use and that young people can use for not only finding the path, but I think it's one of the greatest anti-crime tools that's available to young people. Because and that's why I really appreciated the comment at the outset from the chancellor, where she went and why I asked the question about how are we moving upstream with this information. A lot of young people, I don't know how to navigate. And yet the breakdown is so many of us don't. The challenge is I don't have people in my life who can co-pilot me so they can teach me how to navigate. That's typically oftentimes what broken down families are. I don't have people who can teach me how to drive. We don't know how to drive, but you have people with you who know how to drive. And that's how people learn how to drive. And so those tools basically signal that we're going to have people in your life that teach you not just how to drive a car, but how to navigate my life. And that's why a lot of people are crashing. Sometimes you end up in a ditch. And then sometimes you end up in IDOC. And so I just think it's more holistic. It just has great implications, which is why I was asked if they were actually sharing the intel upstream so that many people can prevent some of the ditches. And then again, I just close by saying, well, we talked about the protocols again, Matt has been outstanding and masterful, but the protocols are also in consideration for other commission members who may go to the AAQ committee or even staff people who are transitioning on. And so here's a document that kind of says, this is how you do it. This is how you process it. But just the thoughtfulness about institutional knowledge. I appreciate it. And then last comment, I think I said at the very outset, I referenced it as instead of Senator Rowan. But again, great job, everybody, and the committee, and it would recommend approval.
Thank you, Dennis, as usual. Really, really well said. So thoughtful and appropriate. So thank you for all your work and leadership. Unless there are other comments and questions, would we have a motion in a second? So I think we already have it, don't we? Oh, we doubled it up. Okay, so maybe I missed. But all in favor of approval, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same? Okay, very good. Thank you. Matt, I believe we have some academic degree programs for expedited actions. They are listed in your book beginning on page 15. I'll turn it to you for comments.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. The Academic Affairs and Quality Committee recommended all these degree programs unanimously for expedited action. The first one, the Masters of Science in Organizational Leadership and Supervision for Purdue West Lafayette and Indianapolis, was at the May AAQ. The remainder were at the June AAQ, June 30th. I'd say one thing that's very, it's a thread through all of them is they're harnessing pre-existing programs or pre-existing resources, especially ones that are very popular. The Organizational Leadership and Supervision is a consolidation, so to speak, after the Purdue and Indianapolis merger. They had sort of two different degree programs at each campus. Now they're consolidating them after a redesign and a rebrand. The Bachelor of Arts in Sport Communication at Indiana State University is creating a degree program out of a very popular minor and then leveraging resources across both their comms department and their sports management department. The Bachelor of Arts in Cognitive Science at Purdue West Lafayette is the elaboration further of a pre-existing concentration in their bachelor's of philosophy, and is also leveraging our newer bachelor's of artificial intelligence within that department. The two IU Bloomington degrees, the computer engineering bachelor's is an outgrowth of what's a current concentration in the intelligent systems engineering major. And it's so popular, I believe they said, I might misquote me, or I might misquote them, I'm sorry, it's about 80% of the students. So it's so popular, it deserves a standalone degree, so that the other concentrations at the ISE can stand on their own. And then also the business intelligence and data science degree is a collaboration between Kelly and the Luddy School. They had many students who were trying to do sort of both, and it's just unworkable as a dual degree. So instead, they packaged something together in which a student has a firm foundation in both business principles, but also very high level math and data science. So I think that's a theme through all of them that I wanted to point out.
Great, thank you very much. So I would entertain a motion for approval of the 5 academic programs recommended for expedited action and as recommended by Dr. Buck. Thank you very much. I've got a second on that. Any comments, questions further to that?
Yeah, just,
Yep. Ted?
and again, I apologize for the delay. Maybe I'm being over enthusiastic at my first meeting, but, I note that Lafayette Purdue is launching a cognitive science degree, but IU is closing its cognitive science degree. So if they're both doing about the same thing, one wonders. Yeah, I guess I'd just like to point that out. There was just something odd that struck me. I wonder what their criteria are, you know, or how they're being implemented, or what the difference is.
Interesting notation. I'm sure Dr. Butler, if he doesn't have a response to it now, he will follow up.
Professor, Mr. Chairman, I just make a point that they are they've suspended it and they've made a written commitment to merge and consolidate. I don't know if that'll be back into a bachelor's in philosophy. I don't want to speak for IU Bloomington, but it's not the sort of course of study, so to speak, is not going away. It's just a standalone degree for it. It's going to be merged and consolidated.
That's the nuance in all this, right? At times, right? Okay. So, unless there are any other questions, would request approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. All right, very good. Now we are switching gears rapidly to budget and productivity. We are going to, I think we're going to start, Mike, Allie, thank you for your leadership here. I think you're going to start us off on.
I'd be
a
happy
couple of
to.
quick
We have
items.
2 items for consideration following our meeting on July 10th. We can probably real quickly take the capital projects. Initially, we've got an expedited approval for a new restoration of the dental lab at Ivy Tech Community College in South Bend. It is being funded entirely by foundation dollars and existing campus funds, so it's not coming from any additional dollars. Our committee reviewed that and recommends approval. It basically has a positive impact on the campus, some of its enrollment, their ability to reach additional people and serve in the community in that dental lab. The cost is about $2.7 million, and so the committee recommends approval.
Brooke, any additional comments? I've got you on here as potentially
Absolutely.
providing staff comment on that topic.
Yes, thank you, Mike. Again, we echo that. This is repurposing some vacant space, and we'll be, Ivy Tech will be able to actually increase the cohort sizes for their dental programs. So staff recommends approval.
Great. I would entertain a motion for approval. I'll take that from Mike and second from Larry. Any comments, questions for Mike, Brooke, the team? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Same. Great.
And our second issue that we've covered is our spending plan and how we're gonna spend our dollars. And with that, it's a lot more elaborate, and I'm gonna let Brooke give us some information so that we can make a considered opinion and vote.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go through this relatively quickly. We went through a very detailed presentation with the Budget and Productivity Committee on July 10th.
As a reminder for our commission members, we are required through our commission bylaws to present to you a agency spend plan during the first month of the fiscal year. So that would be July. And so that is what we are here today to do. This will follow a very similar format to what you may have seen in the past. We'll give a high level overview. There are some details in your packet, and then happy to answer questions. So first, we're going to go over a quick recap of the fiscal year 25. As you can see in your packet, we have the agency budgeted to the actual for some key categories: personnel, professional services, grants and awards, and then administration. For the professional, we came in a little bit under budget due to some staff vacancies as well as some reorganization. Professional services, I did want to call attention to those members who are in BPC. At the BPC presentation, there were some different numbers here. It looked like we had a $1.5 million grant that we did not spend on a professional services contract. After further research with our Director of Finance, Cody, we did spend that entire grant. We did engage in the contract. It was just spread across a different number of fiscal years. So just some accounting, but wanted to bring your attention to that, that we did engage in that. Grants and awards, 499 million budgeted, about 461 actual spend. And then in our administration costs, about 800,000 budgeted to 623 actual. A couple items of note, we did have some reversions this year back to the state, most notably 78 million from the Frank O'Bannon program. We've talked about that quite a bit as a commission, and then a couple of other reversions from our main operating as well as other grant funds. High level overview on the slide in front of you, some major changes. We've covered most of these at other presentations at the commission meetings where some of the big changes happened. Frank O'Bannon reversion, STEM teacher recruitment funding, no new funding for that next year. Career coaching has also moved to IDOE, and then we had some 5% reductions. In crafting our fiscal year 26 spend plan, the agency leadership came together and really set about doing this with some key priorities. First and foremost, our HOPE agenda. As Commissioner Lowry has pointed to, that is our North Star, and we have not changed course. Second would be Governor Braun's priorities under the Freedom and Opportunity Freedom and Opportunity Policy Agenda. And again, second word there is opportunity. We feel very well aligned as a commission with those initiatives. And then another key thing that we looked at was a realignment of our agency portfolio. It is something that we know that we've had a lot of our legislative responsibilities changed as well as priorities. And so in order to make sure that we realign our spending, we also had to take another look at our portfolio. High level details. With this, we will meet our reserve target. And so that is put in place from the state of a 5% reserve, and the spend plan will keep us with that. Additionally, agency leadership has also put in place an internal reserve of 2%. So that we can adapt and respond to evolving circumstances. And we really believe that this is critical to the agency's ability to respond to changing circumstances, as well as anything else that may come our way. One of the other things that we did in the spend plan is also execute and identify about $3 million in cost savings or reallocation. Okay, a lot of numbers on this slide, and I'll kind of walk you through it very briefly. On the left-hand side, we've bucketed our spending, or excuse me, our current estimated funds into 3 different buckets, including administrative, the bulk of our portfolio, which is student financial aid programs, and then private and federal grants. The private and federal grants are primarily our career and technical education grants. So if we look at our appropriations, our carry forwards, looking at receivables, which are usually relatively minimal. And then you do see the state reserve, about $10 million available for our administrative funding spend, $530 million for our state financial aid programs, and then about $53 million available for private grants, predominantly in CTE. Some strategic adjustments this year. We've talked a little bit about, we have had some staffing reorganizations. We worked to consolidate several services, especially in our IT areas where we've realized cost savings already, and we've identified also new paths forward to do that. And then we've also made some adjustments to some administrative spending. Some of that was touched on today in terms of our travel for commission meetings. We will also be eliminating events and then reducing our catering costs. And then in terms of our spend plan summary, we can see our total funds available and then where we are going to plan to spend. You can see again the buckets of personal, professional services, grants and awards and administration. That's where our internal reserve is held in our administrative funds at about 172,000, spending about 5.2 million on personnel. We'll have a comparison chart in just a second, but similar to last year. And then professional services, the bulk of that with mailings, our IT contracts, things of that nature. Again, student financial aid, this is really where all of our work is, and planning on, having about grants and awards, 420 million spent on just the student financial aid programs, and about 520,000 on personnel costs to help administer those programs. Okay, and then as we can see here, we've got the total funds available compared to the total expenditures that we are planning for, as well as the remaining. I did want to draw attention to when we do have remaining funds, what that means. So for our administrative funds, we've got about 1.6 million remaining. Those are restricted funds. They are not something that we can just repurpose for any type of use. And so those are dedicated. About 109 million in student financial aid, which will be carried forward, as well as about 3.4 million carry forward for federal grants. And then this slide just kind of shows that the commission is very committed to keeping the dollars with our students and our programs. So our personnel spend is about 1.4%. Overall, we only spend about 2.1% of our overall budget on admin and operations, with the bulk of it going to financial aid programs. And then these slides are in your packet. I'm not going to walk through them at detail. We've given you an update in the legislative overview about some of the changes to the financial aid programs, and they are listed here. And then lastly, we're very excited for this year as part of our new strategic fiscal stewardship plans. We are implementing some new budget to actual processes, as well as some reporting for the commission. We've got budget department leaders that will be reviewing monthly budget reports and reporting back to the commission leadership about where we see opportunities and risks for spending. And this will, I think, really elevate how we spend these very precious dollars. Oh, I skipped through. Yes.
So this, Franklin Bannon with the carry forward was reverted to the state. So that was lost from the department?
Yes, so the 78 million was originally something that we had from the Franklin Bannon program, and that went back to the state this year. We are actively working to look at what we might do next year if there are funds left over in the Franklin Bannon program. Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, and Pepper, that was as a result of the end of April, the new revised budget forecast indicating about a $2.4 billion hole from a funding perspective. So, yeah.
That was a surprise that it had to go back.
Right, and along with other reversions across state government, plus the budget cuts and so forth. I would add, sorry, really quickly though, that to a point I made quickly earlier in the day, that we were clipping along at about $130 million a year coming out the door, going out the door in Franklin Bannon. The appropriations $168 million. And because of the approval we received a couple of years ago, we are now pushing to get as much of that $168 million out the door to those who actually qualify. So that's a nuance that people miss. I say that extra 250 million between now and the end of the decade. That's what it is. We actually have the allowance to spend it in the new schedules. So we can do that. We just don't have the reserve funding that was there because the state needed to help to balance the books.
So the 109 million, I assume that we already know what the funding commitments are for the 2026. Is that correct, or have we?
I apologize, Mike. What figure are you looking at again, please?
I'm just looking at, you know, the 421 million in student financial. 26. Have we already gotten that kind of, based upon where we are in the process, know that's the number, or is that just an estimate of what we think it's gonna be?
In terms of the spend?
Right. for the
Yes.
event.
So we're looking at historical spend in some of those programs, as well as where we think we may be able to increase spending. But that number will be sort of a moving target as we do, we see the claims come in, but that is right now our best estimate.
Okay.
Great question.
And at this juncture, the 109 million, we would be able to move that into 27? If we,
Um,
I mean, is that gonna be available to move into 27 or not?
Right. The question about what portion of that remaining 109 can we move forward and carry forward? There are a few different funds that are not eligible for carry forward, but many of the funds are. They're still restricted within those funds, and that's something that as an agency, we're going to be strategically looking at to see where we need to request to make sure that we can have those funds available and carry forward, or if we need to initiate any transfers of funds. Thank you.
Okay, I guess, hearing Brooke's great presentation, thank you so much. Sorry, Larry.
I'm a little uncomfortable with this process. I mean, we're looking at a budget and one of the major tasks of this board is to approve the budget. Mike, is your committee going into this budget in detail? I realize that.
We have, yes, we have, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, and we, I mean, here again, much of what we're really focusing on is our operating fund. That $10 million for our operating is what we really control. You know, we have the dollars available for the scholarships, and we're clearly going to do all that we can to ensure that all those of that 450 million, as much of that money as we can legally and appropriately get into the hands of the recipients, we're going to try to do. That really, so much of that is contingent upon what enrollments look like, what information we receive, what applications we receive, and what we're able as a team, as our staff is able to process all the applicants for those dollars. We're going to try to get out the door as rapidly as we can. What we really delved into was that $10 million operating budget, which is really what we're responsible for. The other is the 450 million we administer, but it really is whatever we can find that is appropriate to get served to the appropriate people.
Well, I obviously have a lot of confidence in what you've done. At the same time, as a board member, I'd like to have some better understanding of all the money that goes through the budget. I really, at least on a personal level, I wouldn't mind having them.
I mean, we do have a line item. I mean, we have reviewed a line item, actually budget that's included in your packet that
But I
is
just
reviewed in greater detail.
And the numbers are pretty small for you to read.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I
I
understand.
really wish we would get the budget earlier, so we had a chance to look at it. I mean, this is a big deal from my standpoint.
Yeah.
I would like to maybe spend an hour on a Zoom call and go through the budget. I'm happy to approve it now, but I really need to understand better going forward.
I would just tell you that, you know, Chris and Brooke and and Cody and the team have really worked diligently as we've seen a lot of the staff reorganizations. Regrettably, a lot of that has been a result of the budget issues that we've been dealing with in terms of ensuring that we're able to meet the 5% reversion, as well as basically another 5% reserve holdback. And that's what we've been striving to do. So we've been evaluating, again, as Brooke shared, some of the programs we've done, some of the things we've done in the past, we are discontinuing because we're trying to ensure that 5 and 5% that we're meeting those dollars. So
It's been very difficult here.
it has been a challenge. So the committee and staff have worked diligently in doing that. But I understand your concern, Larry, about making sure that we all are aware of what's happening here.
Well, and to that point, you're probably not alone, Larry, in wanting to understand these issues. So this is traditionally how it's been done, but if I see some heads shaking, so if there are others in addition to you that would like to have an opportunity to dive deeper, perhaps into the budget, in particular the administrative budget, which, as Mike said, is the part that the commission really does control and have discretion. around. I'm sure that can be set up. It should be set up, and perhaps there's a way going forward to better communicate and have an opportunity for the entire commission versus just the Budget and Productivity Committee to really lean into this when it does become budget time. Inviting everyone to perhaps into the Budget and Productivity Committee for those deliberations going forward is probably something that we should consider. I know how much, Mike, I know how much you focus on this and the committee does for sure. So I've always had confidence that the committee's doing a lot of the heavy lifting and deep dive into it. But again, as Larry points out, we all have a responsibility to fiduciary responsibility to approve these important things. So thank you for that comment. Hopefully that'll help others. Molly, you're shaking your head.
Add in on that, because I have some of the same frustrations that I'm hearing, and I've heard them from other commissioners prior to today. I mean, when we walk in and have an inch of items here, of complex information, I can hardly keep up with where we are in the program as I'm trying to process what I'm seeing. And especially as new members, half the time I don't even know what questions to ask. Effectiveness. Having a little more transparency, like I know we spent, I feel like more time talking about what our goal would maybe be on redesign this time last year. It wasn't something that even ended requiring our authorization of, and we spent on some of these other bigger function items. That I just wanted to lend my support as well in the report. For the instance, I think on the looking through the catalog, I'm impressed with how quickly some of you guys were able to catch the cognitive science thing in the program we just approved at IU. You guys were processing faster than I was, but it seems like if that was a deadline, that information was due to the commission over 3 weeks ago, that would be something that could have been provided prior to morning. Where we can, I'd love a little more heads up.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you, members of the commission. The staff has definitely heard you loud and clear. We will be meeting with the commissioner to discuss how we can get more information to you more proactively and in a timely manner. Thank you.
So before we move to the vote, and I'm going to turn to you, Mike, for the formal approval, but to your point, Molly, and to Larry's and others, obviously very important points. We've already created one work group as a result of this meeting around mission differentiation. I'm going out on a limb here and going to suggest maybe that we create another smaller working group and to help staff figure out what are the best processes that we might be able to pull together realistically to get information in front of commission members more effectively and early and transparently. We've talked about a number of those ideas here. But as we walk away from these meetings, sometimes they leave. We don't necessarily always have a clear path forward. And I know this falls on the staff to come up with these ideas. So if there's anybody interested in Molly, and especially some of the other newer commission members, if there would be an interest in helping work with Brooke and Michelle and Matt and the team to try and come up with some suggestions for how to best do this. Please let Chris know if you are interested in that working group.
So add my name to the list of people who are apologizing for prolonging a subject. And so trust me, I would only say this if I think it adds value. And as we have the ongoing conversation, and oftentimes what is spoken of is a desire for historical context. And I think this is one of those moments that is just listen to the conversation. So whatever we end up doing, I think it's helpful to also keep in mind that at one point the commission asked that we, number one, cut back on meetings. And then the commission also asked that we cut back on materials being sent. And again,
Tell physically?
yes, but, well,
And electronic.
and my statement is not against Molly's comment, I mean, really. This is just a general comment about historical context. And so whatever we do, and I'm sure the committee will come up with the fine points, like what is truly priority, but I just wanted to add that to the conversation and the context. Because you can, if there is no reference to historical context, which is why you've always appreciated those Chris Murphys and those individuals who had that history. They could always say, well, whatever you decide to do, just understand at one point you were asking for less meetings. At one point you were asking for less material. And then we gave you that, and you come back and say, we don't have enough of what you asked for. So just something to think about as the committee goes to deciding what really is the best balance.
It's all good. It's all good. I think we appreciate it. And it's commission changes, new members come on, and it's a big lift. I was on a hospital board for a long time. I remember the first 2 years being on that hospital board, even though I come from the healthcare field and work in the healthcare field. It takes to understand not only the language and the terminology, but just the process and the details of it. So I appreciate if you all appreciate that, the challenge of trying to wade through that and add the value that we all hoped and expected and as commission members. So Mike, I know you're on a hard timeline to get on the road because you're going out of the country. So I will back to the budget. I will look to you to find or to add any additional comments that you feel necessary and to make a recommendation on behalf of.
Thank you, Dan. And I would just say also, if you look at the stage of our group, it really has some dramatic.
Change. I mean, we've got a lot more new commission members than we've ever had before. So Dennis, to your point, we had, for many years, we had a lot of commission members that had been on the commission for 20 years. And now we do not have that. So the composition, we've got a lot of new folks. So we need to be sensitive to that. So what I would like to offer the motion in terms of our budget to approve the budget today as presented. However, I would say at our next commission meeting that we have a more thorough, in-depth review of the operating budget, as well as more discussion on the tuition grants or the scholarship money as to where we are on that. And then secondly, that no less than at least twice a year or an interim that we review where we are relative to that budget, because we historically have not really shared any financial information with you at a regular meeting. But I would suggest that we start doing that, and maybe we do a brief budget update at each of our meetings. So those are the kind of the proposal I would share and offer up, and see if that's agreeable to everyone.
I would take that, I was gonna say, I would take that as a motion. I'm not gonna try and restate it because you stated it beautifully, and I'm sure we captured all of those components of the recommendation, and it sounds like Larry has a second. So any other comments or questions? Or have we belabored this one? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. All right, what a great discussion on so many levels. So I think we're going to lunch, but you want to take this there?
We are going to lunch, and I'll make just a quick kind of observation comment. Yeah, I'll make just a couple of quick observation comments. First of all, again, the discussion in the last 3 hours and 8 minutes has just been really rich. And by the way, that was something members of the commission who were on the commission at the time 3 years ago asked for. And so we cut down from 10 or 12 a year to 6 to be able to do this. So thank you. Also, Brooke doesn't highlight it, Matt doesn't highlight it about himself, but the way those leaders have been helping to transform the work, something that didn't come through in what Brooke was sharing is this is really the first year where we graded not just what finance is doing and what she was reporting to you, but our data intelligence and specifically the work of the business intelligence team. You might have heard the word forecasting in there. 3 years ago, we essentially reported on stagnant numbers, lagging numbers, and so forth, and all of our numbers and things like that. As you know, we're using leading indicators now, and I'm probably wearing them out doing forecasting. Brooke and I looked immediately at each other when I think, Mike, you said, hey, more regular reports on finances. And we just kind of smiled because guess what? We, as the senior team, have decided that every leader in our organization, I think it's monthly, is going to get a financial update. One, we should have been doing this for years anyway, monthly, and know that, he or she has that responsibility and where things are off, the typical questions, the why is it up, why's it down, what are we doing about it, do we need to do anything about it? It just comports so well with what you asked for, why, here's what we were already going to be doing with the staff. And just, taking this sort of to the next level and professionalizing what we're doing. So, but my point in all of that, and we got to get to lunch, was to say, you're pushing of us, you and your predecessors on the commission. I know at least in the time I've been here, has been a great catalyst for us to do those things. Sometimes those things happen first at staff, and then we do something with all of you. So thank you for that. Don't wait till meetings like this also to my ear. I know some of you don't. So yeah, that I would say thank you. It looks like MJ is going to tell us where to go for lunch.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, am I going to try interns now?
Yeah, interns have to leave, so if we could just introduce them quickly.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry to say.
That's okay.
I am going to ask this wonderful group of, I hope you don't mind me saying, young people, to line up here at the microphone. Come up here, please, because the young people from Strata, I know so many of us qualify for that otherwise. But here's a little insight. I think you all know, commission members, others in the audience, Strata Education Foundation is an extraordinary partner of ours. I can't even tell you how great partners they are. And now 4 summers in a row, for some reason, they've asked me to come over. Their offices are very near ours and talk with the intern. We have the most amazing conversations. If you want to hear at lunch about what we were talking about at breakfast, because they know me a Spotify list, right? Among other things. But they're just really extraordinary students and early career people. And we were delighted when they said, hey, can we come to a commission meeting? And we said, yeah, that'd be just awesome. And I think I probably had coffee or virtual conversations with half or so of them since that other gathering we had a month or so ago. So I know you've been given instructions. It's like your name, what you're doing, name, rank, serial number or something like that. So if one of you would lead off, that would be great. And Tremaine, thank you. And a friend of mine, a friend of others here leads this group. And thank you for being such a great partner, Tremaine. And yeah, we love working with your group. Okay, one of you hit it because, you are standing between us and lunch, but please, no. Mike right there.
Hi guys, I'm Will. Nice to meet you. It was great being here, listening. From DC, so not Indiana, but it's been great. To visit the state, I'm a master's student and I work with the workforce alignment team. Thank you.
Hope you stay in Indiana. Yeah. They've all heard that too.
Hi, my name is Darius Lewis. I work with the post-secondary education team, specifically HBCU and HMID. And I'll be starting my master's degree in higher education student affairs this fall at U Bloomington.
Hi, everyone. It's really nice to meet you. I'm Martina. I am an intern with the post-secondary education team, specifically grants management this summer, and I'm a rising senior at Georgetown University studying international relations and education. Thank you for having us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anastasia Logan. I'm currently a rising senior at Indiana University Bloomington, studying entrepreneurship, business analytics, and business psychology. And I am working in the DC office in strategy and innovation.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much for hosting us. My name is Manahil. I'm part of the Clear Outcomes Department at Strata. I'm also a rising junior at Boston University studying data science.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Nafisa. I am a master's student at University of Maryland College Park, where I'm studying public policy and I'm finishing up my last year. I'm working very closely with the PAC team in DC, and that's basically the policy team. And right now spending a lot of time focusing on apprenticeship degrees. So it's a pleasure being in here with all of you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nolan Hernandez. I'm a legal intern at the DC office. I had the pleasure of working closely with everyone in contract negotiations, compliance agreements, and all of those things. Really appreciate being here. This was very insightful, very eye-opening. So thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Ben Rocks. I work with the finance department here in Indianapolis. I go to IUND as well. I'm a rising junior.
Hello, everyone. My name is Haven Greer, and I'm a rising 2L at the GW Law School in Washington, DC, and I'm a part of the legal team at Strata this summer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olivia Campbell. I am a recent grad from Martin University, and I am returning to pursue my master's in organizational leadership. And at Strata, I am with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Belonging team, focusing on learner voice and enhancing the utilization of learner perspectives.
Hello, my name is Victory Sampson, and I work closely with our Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff on the Nonprofit Administration pathway. I am currently a rising senior at Butler University, studying Strategic Communications, Advertising, and Public Relations with a double major in Multilingual Studies.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ali. I'm the only IT intern. I am mostly focused on upkeep and working alongside the CSO of our IT department. And I go to Purdue University, Indianapolis, and I will be graduating this December.
Strata interns to stay there for a moment. Tremaine, you stick around. MJ, if you don't mind ushering everyone to lunch. And I think, Chairman, you want everybody back here at 1, right?
Yeah, I think there's no program at lunch, right, MJ, or is there?
Commission members have a separate room to meet with President Polio for a brief listening session. So Rotunda is where lunch will be for guests and commission staff. The food is where it was this morning, and then the commission's conference room is just around the corner. So we'll have people directing.
Are we okay coming back at 1? Does that give the president and us enough time? Or
Yeah, I mean, it's really, and he's not giving a presentation. It's just a conversation with you so that he can receive feedback from you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
All right, man.
See that? Everybody's looking great. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, they tell. We've seen them out later. Make sure they get, yeah, you got it. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you for your patience with us coming back. We had a great opportunity as commission members to spend our lunch with President Polio. Really appreciated his insights and early learnings and welcoming him to the state. So we're back on track. I don't anticipate our afternoon will be very extended at all. In fact, I think we'll probably get out of here earlier since we were successful in cramming a lot of stuff into the morning because of making sure we had appropriate quorum and leadership on site. So next up is Commissioner Lowry and his report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good, I only advanced one slide. This is since the Twitter. Continuing the theme of interns, interns, of course, before lunch with Strata. Now, this is the one that's really personal for us. We want you to meet the 3 interns who have been with us. Joe is here for round 2, as some of you may know, before he heads into law school. But especially for those of you who are newer to the commission, you may not know this, but until a few years ago, we just didn't have interns. I vividly recall asking the stupid question after I learned there were these governors interns. I said, so when do we get ours? And the answer was, well, and my response was, aren't we the ones that say everybody should have interns, work-based learning and all that? So anyway, we have interns now. We don't just have interns. I think we have great interns. As I said, Joe is here for round 2 with us. He just couldn't stay away. And of course, Elliot and Sarah have joined us too. I'm going to ask the 3 of you, whether you were prepared or not, to come up to the microphone and just tell us a little bit, about yourselves, where you're going to school, where your areas of interest are, what's next, and maybe something that's on which you're working right now with the commission. So come on up.
They
look
both look at
excited.
Joe.
You're normally
So
full of
excited.
energy. As they're walking up here, commission members, if you're in the office sometime, they have a designated sort of, I call it the intern suite. Okay, it's some desks. And they have this enormous whiteboard wall, and they challenge all of us every day to write down our top 3 of whatever the category is. And it's quite interesting. Anyway, it's a fun way to get to stand and talk with them. I'll be quiet, Joe. You want to lead us?
Well, thank you for the introduction. My name is Joe Conde. I'm a recent graduate from IU Bloomington. I studied political science and philosophy. And then after this, I plan to go back down to Bloomington for my first year of law school at the Maurer School of Law. And some things I've been doing here at the commission. Right now, I've been working a lot with the Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation's programs, initiatives, doing outreach in Marion County specifically for FAFSA this past spring, and pre-admissions a little bit this summer, and then sort of just other miscellaneous projects that apply to Marion County as we prepare for the next FAFSA cycle. So thank you again for having me back for another internship. It's truly been a great opportunity working here and seeing everything that you guys all do to serve this state, especially Marion County as well.
Hi, I'm Elliot Lineweber, and I am the college enrollment intern this summer. I'm a rising senior at Miami University, where I study psychology with minors in marketing and art therapy. This upcoming fall, my goal is to apply to grad school for higher education and student affairs. And yeah, this summer I've been working with Victoria on Indiana pre-admissions. It's been a great experience, and thank you all so much for having me.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm the financial aid intern this summer, and I also go to Indiana University Bloomington, and I'm also from Bloomington. I'm also a 21st century scholar, so all of the things that are done here are very personal to me, and I just want to say thank you to every single one of you guys for doing all that you do. I'm also on a pre-law track, but still to be decided, and I work with things 21st century and financial aid.
While they're still up there, I'll take a minute to embarrass them. Further. Thanks, Chris, for asking us. Each year that we've had interns, we see just how additive they are to what we do. It's not just, by the way, that truly we have been working on important work. You heard some of it, literally over the last 3 years. They have been doing work as interns that we did not have the capacity to do, and doing them only on strategic initiatives that have turned into some things I'm going to report on in a minute, improvements, metrics that reflect real outcomes for students. And that has been the case with these 3. You probably caught, although he just referenced it in passing, that Joe is an intern and he is funded by the Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation. Some of you who are newer may not know this. We have some just extraordinary partnerships. The Fairbanks Foundation is one of those. Millions of dollars have been brought to and through not just the commission, but our partners to improve, among other things, the completion of the Federal Aid Financial Forum, the FAFSA. And so we had the capacity to hire 2. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd year in a row, right, Michelle? 2nd or 3rd year in a row? 3rd year in a row, where the Fairbanks Foundation has paid for that. And so I want to call them out, but we have so many other great partners. You saw Strata interns today. They're great supporters of ours, including, financially, but also as thought partners and thought leaders. So anyway, we're just, you all know I don't want you to leave, but you got to go finish whatever you're doing. And then remember this, Elliot, if you're not here, you got to come back and you've got to stay. So they hear back from me about every other day. So anyway, just thank you for being here. Okay, I'm going to give you a few of the numbers that we talked about periodically. The college going rate, as you all know, when we started talking about this, I think it was on June 8th of 2022, we started making a lot of noise because we really hadn't, as a state, had declined from mid 60%. It was actually as high in 2012, I believe it was 68%. 15% decline over a decade and so forth. It has basically stayed at that level. 2023, so that would be the class that graduated in late May, early June from high school in 2023, did slip to 52%. It's just been hovering around the 52, 53%. I wanted to make mention of it though, because I think it's really important. You all know, that I referenced it earlier this morning, we think this is a really important indicator because we know the need for more individuals with some form of training and education beyond high school is only going to increase, whether we look at what Georgetown University or others say, by 2030, 31, that roughly 72% of folks in the workforce are going to need something beyond a high school diploma to be gainfully employed and productive. And this is like the first step in it, whether someone's going to Ivy Tech for that certificate or somebody's pursuing that bachelor's degree at Purdue University. And the other reason I wanted to mention this is the fact that it is 52 instead of 53%. That is the kind of thing that absolutely makes me crazy. But as you also know, the lagging indicator is what makes me crazier. I point this out because the strategic plan off of which we operate today, the HOPE agenda, with the 7 key points, was made public first in mid-April, yes, of 2023. And then these are the folks who matriculated beginning that summer. So just understand that literally the effect of the strategic plan was not on that group of students. So I want to make that clear because you may get questions. So, gee, I thought you were working on all these things. Why did it go down a point? Well, it went down a point before any of those things really went into effect. So I know you follow all that. I just wanted to make sure it was crystal clear because you do get questions like that from time to time. The initiatives, these are the things that, relate to, each one evolves out of the key objectives of our strategic plan, the HOPE agenda. You know that those are the college going rate, completions, grad retention. Then on the adult side, it's credit required learning. And then the 3 populations of adults on which we focus, those with disabilities, justice involved, and those with military service. And we're going to talk about that again in a few moments too. But these are the key initiatives, and especially here around college going, they serve as leading indicators for us. Up until about 2.5 years ago, we literally just reported on the lagging indicators, which quickly becomes, among other things, boring. And it's just not very insightful because we need to know how we're doing on the things that drive those key numbers, like the college going rate. And then from our perspective, so and I think you do know this, that not only are we paying attention to these when we come before you every other month, but we're literally looking at these every week and tracking all of these things as they move. So the 21st Century Scholars, and you've heard it ad nauseum, that in 2022, before we got the change, we had less than 20,000 students enrolled. That's because we had to chase the kids down, get them enrolled, and so forth, right? Especially some in this room who are or have been 21st Century Scholars know this to be true. We were able to get the statute changed. Now we automatically enroll those. First year was 46,000. Last year was 50,000. This year is around 44,000. Some might wonder, so why did up and down? 2 factors influence that. How big is the 8th grade cohort, right? A lot of it's tied back to birth rate and, immigration into our state, net import of people into our state, and to import the percentage of children who qualify by income. So that's why you get a variation there. What that's allowed us to do, though, is really significantly important. And at least those of you who have been on the commission for a while, those of you who are newer would know this, but as we have really worked diligently on making our organization both more efficient and effective, we've been able to understand how to better utilize our resources. One example only is that we have outreach coordinators, 9 around the state. And until we made the change in 2023, most of their time was spent on helping schools and other organizations chase these kids down. Great, we automatically enroll them now. I'll share some numbers in a second with you following here. What they now focus on, also in addition to FAFSA, FIVEs and so forth, which you can see improvements in, is helping those students as they enter high school complete their Scholar Success Program. It's one thing to get it signed up for this. It's quite another thing to be successful in high school so that you can then qualify once you're ready to matriculate to whatever post-secondary choice you have. So understanding how to better allocate and utilize our resources, and yes, to make sure everyone who's involved in the process, who's part of our agency.
Can I make a quick comment? Can you go back to the prior slide? You may not be able to read it, but I looked it up on the hardline copy. The lower right, socioeconomic status, those numbers you're seeing there are college going rates, right?
Yeah.
So the far left, 30%, that's low income, non-21st century scholars go at a 30% rate. All other students outside of that group go at a 59% rate. And the scholars who go through this 21st century scholar program and the Scholar Success Program go at 78% rate, right?
They do.
So, I mean, a couple of observations. If we're at 52 overall percent, you can see why that low number reflected in the low income students that don't go through the 21st Century Scholars Program. Now, granted, this is a numbers game I'm talking about, but it pulls the number down in a sense. So thus I don't pass up a chance to talk about 21st century scholars because I think especially with the Scholar Success Program, it has just been so amazingly effective at doing a lot of things, including driving going.
So 2027 will be the year when the first. Yeah, Jim, that's right. 2027 will be those 8th graders from 2023. They'll be the first. I literally can't wait until August of 2027. I mean, I know I'm wishing my years away, especially at my age, but I will tell you, I can't wait for August of 27.
That's all. I just think that's gonna be great to see how.
It will be, and I think, Dan, thanks for pointing that out. I have to admit, I talk about this all the time, and sometimes it was one of those times I just, I jumped over. I did the really important part here, which is students matriculate. Oh, and by the way, we could send those out to you. I know you've seen me use them sometimes. Their completion rates, 21st century scholars, are just right in line with just other students versus the low income student who hasn't been a 21st century scholar and who hasn't gone through the Scholar Success Program, right? Dan, thank you. Judd, thanks for the question too.
Can I ask a question about
Please.
So in theory, will the 30% disappear? Right, if you're auto enrolled, is that, so those 30% are students that are not enrolled in 21st century scholar?
Yeah, theoretically they would, Kent. There will be some students who don't get enrolled, say they come in as 11th grade, they weren't a scholar, et cetera. I do think more and more schools are also going to see that regardless of whether they've gotten into that, and we're going to catch I can't even say fast or overwhelming, it's going to be almost all of lower income students. But if they're not, I think schools really know and understand the value of the Scholar Success Program more and more every year. In 12 basic things, 12, right? I know I've characterized and others have. It's good student, good citizen checklist. So yeah, we're still going to have some low income students, but it's going to be so fewer who aren't 21st century scholars and getting the benefit of those really important steps. So a little bit about the Scholar Success Program. This is something that was not measured until starting, I don't know, Michelle, a year ago, I think it was. And with our outreach coordinators, we started asking, so how are we doing this? Of course, their concentration again had been on signing up kids and so forth. And so now we set metrics to that. And for the class of 2025, what our highest had ever been upper 40% or something like that, for the number of students who've actually completed the Scholar Success Program. So that's been on the rise. The Scholar Track account creation, which is also really important by the end of ninth grade. 85% for the 2025 cohort, that's climbing. We of course work on that with them throughout high school, but we want to know, like, right out of the gates in ninth grade, have they got that set up? Because that's just a functional necessity for them to do. You know, I've talked about this a lot. 14 hears it from me a lot. We've got to set objectives. Let's set stretch objectives, and then as a team, figure out if you can help not only focus on what you're trying to get done, but is there something in your lane or your responsibility that would help your colleague achieve his or her goal. And I mentioned that because, so we've got Scholar, the outreach coordinators doing that. And what we now see, because everybody knows everybody's goals and metrics, is, you know, somebody from marketing, for example, coming and saying, hey, Kent, you know, we've got this idea that would help you with the students. I'm making this up, right? But to do this or somebody from the business intelligence team saying, we can help slice the data in this kind of way to help drive your success. And I mean, that is one I would tell you, I just love seeing that, you know, we set a goal, hadn't had one in the past, said, okay, let's try to get there. It's above what it ever has been. And well, you can see they're doing quite well. And yes, we'll jack up the goal next year. Pre-admissions, you've heard about this. For those of you who are newer, this was the idea that we started in 2023, where we were frankly seeking to create, in essence, a better marketplace for students and their families as they make the decision, as especially seniors in high school. The information oftentimes regarding whether you can qualify to get into an institution, what they offer, even who they are, et cetera. It's pretty opaque, and there's nothing nefarious about it. It's just the way it's evolved over the years with higher ed. And as we were sitting around talking, we said, look, there are 29 independents, 7 publics, lots of regional campuses, et cetera. Is there like a Hoosier outside of this office who actually knows about all of those? And we all kind of said, probably not. And so again, especially for those of you who are new, we have a real important policy in our office with regard to what other states are doing and other entities are doing. We think it's R&D, which simply means rip off and duplicate. And we found one in Idaho to rip off and duplicate. We think ours is better because we've tweaked it. But now what we do is we work with the schools, the DOE. We are able to get electronically SATs and GPAs for every junior in high school because they have to take the SAT, right? Those are functions for almost every institution on acceptance. We go to the institution, say, you tell us GPA and or SAT, what's your cut score? And now we generate letters to high school seniors and separately for their parents, telling them every institution in Indiana to which they would be accepted. The average, I think this most recent year was 24. We'll see what it is this year. But it's right there. It's not that I think it is, it's right there because you all have it there, team. And the outpouring, especially from parents about this program, has been incredible. This past winter, we started pushing it further, and now students, parents receive additional information if they're in the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. For example, telling them, one example, in the 9th grade, you should be thinking about the Indiana College Core, and here's its benefit. And you should know that you're going to get this kind of letter. Freshman, junior, senior, or freshman, sophomore, junior. When you're a senior, you need to be prepared to fill out the FAFSA. These types of things so that they are much better equipped. And I think, again, for those of you who've been on the commission for a while, know that engagement with the parent is also really important. We saw the research that we did with Heartline Strategies that, yes, parents are critically important to these decisions, but their students trust them, value their input more than any person they know. And on the other side of that coin, parents did not believe that. Imagine that they don't think a teenager listens to them. Shocking. But right, we found that in research. So of course, parents are just loving getting this information. And pleased with where that's heading, and we're trying to add to that, as we go along. Oops. There we go. The Indiana College Corps, mentioned that. President Polio mentioned that and dual credit at launch. This has been something, you are sitting in the campus. You heard that every high school in their service area offers Indiana College Corps. This high school and one other in this, geography down here graduate a higher percentage of students with a post-secondary credential than any other high schools in the state. They've been doing this for a while. It's that core of 30 gen ed classes that our 7 institutions must take fully as a transfer. Yeah, when we started the journey, you can see the little graph on the left. Literally in April 2022, we were at 84, and some of you will remember the public assignment to Michelle Ashcraft to grow that for third day on the job in public. So now we're at 307 and almost at least weekly. They tell me how many more. I'm sure we'll even have more Matt by August. So
Chris, can I ask a question?
Please do.
But just by participating in the College Corps, does that mean the high school offers at least one or all of the College Corps?
That's a great question. So they have to offer enough of the courses within any of the given areas so that the student can earn the College Corps. And the school, in partnership with, for example, IU or Ivy Tech, any of those that are dual credit providers, also sometimes, and this is probably one of the best, it may be the best example of it, where a high school can't round out all of the offering that would constitute the Indiana College Corps. They've made arrangements for the students literally to leave school, come to the campus. And by the way, Ted, I love that question. You and I should come here on the first day of high school this year in Madison. You won't find a parking space. I kind of alluded to that last night. It's incredible. And they've got kids, buses and cars from Switzerland County and, the private school down the road, Madison. And so, from the high school here, and, it aggregates the demand, right? And then they also get, I think, great instructors, who, have doctorate degrees and so forth. And obviously in the process allows the student to earn the Indiana College Corps. So they've been really creative about that. But yeah, thanks for that question. This has been a big focus of ours for the last couple of years. We were able to get the law changed on that. And then we're one of 8, I think, states in the nation that students are supposed to do this before they graduate. There's no penalty if they don't, but they're supposed to do this. And the Richard and Fairbanks Foundation really stepped up on this. As you know, we have something called the Partnership Pentagon. It's not met in over a year. Frankly, I think there's some great things that they could begin meeting on again that we're really, working on and I think facing. But and again, for those of you who are new, I'm eager to tell you about what we did. It's about 100 leaders from business, education, government, philanthropy, and nonprofits who came together to help us think about some of the tougher issues in higher ed. One of these lengthy sessions, facilitated 6-hour sessions, the CEO of the Richard Fairbanks Foundation said, gosh, it looks like FAFSA completions, that is a real struggle for our state. We'd like to talk with you. And they came forward, and you can see some of the level of investment that they've made, but in a partnership that includes our organization, various community and faith-based organizations, local school corporations, and so forth, we've been able to implement some grassroots initiatives to really reach students and their families. And as you can see, just in 2023, we were 39th in the nation on completion of FAFSA forms. And I think as of maybe yesterday, we were 15th in the nation. We want to be top 10. Okay, we'd really like to be the top 1. And I would tell you too, the figures that are noted here from the Fairbanks Foundation don't even show the full picture. It is even much higher than that. So all of those things, though, we know are leading indicators of where we're going with. Those are all strategic initiatives that help us understand where we're heading from a leading indicator standpoint. So the college going rate, we're going to keep looking at it. We think it's important. It's an indicator. Some have already mentioned some things that, we're starting to see. Each one of these things is starting to, or will start to, for example, in 2027 with the 21st Century Scholars, with the expansion. But each one of those things is or will be influencing our enrollment rates. That's good news. For the past 2 years now, public and private institutions, I mentioned this morning, we've had an enrollment increase after a decade of decline. All of these things have been contributory to it. We're not able to disaggregate those. I would say at this point, probably the major influences have been our shift with our outreach folks, the pre-admissions, and a couple of other things, but we'll start to see the real impact of 21st Century Scholars and so forth. I'll be glad to take a breath too before I introduce do some commission staff stuff here if you have any questions. Okay. And again, just operationally, and this is kind of the nerdy, how do we run our agency stuff? We really have changed how we think about this enterprise in that, again, at the highest level, we have these lagging indicators. Then we've got the leading indicator. So that's the college going rate. And then there's enrollment in here and what's driving the enrollment. And then what are the specific ways we operate underneath that. And then, as you know, we have a strategic management plan that affects every person, some 48 or 50 on our team, who then have key responsibilities, at least 3 metrics measurable every year, tied to those things that feed up to each of those lagging indicators that are in the strategic plan. So that's kind of the nerdy groundwork, but it's hopefully the kind of thing that you would expect us to be doing in running an enterprise. And pardon me, I will tell you the comments and suggestions you make in these meetings and phone calls and meetings I have with you separately inform those. So keep leaning into that. Yes, we have been putting this off, Dr. Castronova, for some 4 hours now. I've been sitting here anxiously wanting to read a few things about you. And first of all, thanks for saying yes.
Oh, my pleasure. It's an honor. It's
Well,
really an honor.
We are delighted to have you here and delighted for your input today. And I'm going to read you a few things about Dr. Castronova. I know his bio is much longer than this. It's quite impressive, but I'm going to read some brief notes here because my guess is he probably would have told you, so I will. How's that? But Dr. Ted Castronova has been a professor of media at IU Bloomington since 2004. He has a PhD in economics from Wisconsin and specializes in the economics of video games. I think this is fascinating. He and I, we might have a chance to talk. I just find it fascinating. He has written 4 books and numerous papers on the subject, and I think others. In recent years, his studies have expanded to technology, science, and religion. I cannot wait just to grab dinner with you. After I read this, I thought, oh, yes, I can't wait for that. He has designed several board games and is currently writing a novel. Listen to this now. I'm also eager about, he is writing a novel, I think I've got this right, about the future of AI, virtual reality, and human society. I'm ready for a signed copy. And
Can you give me a publisher?
let's talk about that, right? And he serves as a volunteer teacher at a Catholic homeschool co-op in Ellettsville, Indiana. I know, again, that your bio is much longer than that, but thanks for saying yes to us and being part of the work that the commission does.
Thank you.
So I would like for us to officially welcome him again. Thank you. So glad you're here. And at least one of these guys is here. They are going on to other things. I know you know this, but Seth Hinshaw, who some of you, I think maybe most of you know, I literally volunteered him up for the new education vertical back in December. and then told him, I said, oh, hey, you're gonna get a call from Katie Jenner, because I think you ought to be the CFO for the vertical. And, great talent is recognized, and he was just recruited by Indiana State University, and is gonna be the CFO over there. Mike Godard is putting together an incredible team. And, yeah, Seth reminded me the other day that we're gonna see each other a lot, and he's just gonna have different questions for me. So, yeah, that's all fair. And then, Greg Harrell, who has been leading our public policy and, especially stepped in when we also volunteered, I think Josh Garrison to go be chief of staff for Katie Jenner, and he's doing a smashing job there. Greg stepped right up. That's typical of this team, and has been leading public policy. And is it August 1? Is that your last day? Oh my gosh, August 1. And how long have you been with the commission? 9 years. 9 years. And he is going to an organization that some of us have been associated with. I'm looking at you, Larry, for many years. I think you probably know this, the Institute for Quality Education, run by Betsy Wiley. She sent me sort of the kind of email that my friend Dan Elsner sent me that, sort of in reverse though, hey, you're still talking with me? Where Dan Elsner sent me one about Brooke Heil and said, you rascal. She was on the other side of that. She was on the other side of that this time. But he will be missed. He's just going to be four floors away, though, right? So he cannot escape us. And we're delighted for him. And commission members, again, especially those of you who are new with us, we'll tell you more about it. Ted will talk about that over lunch or dinner. But we also have an intentional talent strategy. And it's to develop people, it's to bring in the best people we can find. And when it's right, help folks, even if that includes and means going to another organization, to help them go do that. That just seems the right thing to do, first of all. And it doesn't hurt the commission in the process. The great people find their way to good partners of ours. So, Greg, I want to just start us in a little round of applause for you two for all the work you've done and the success you're going to have in this community. Mr. Chairman, you may have a motion there. or an emotion, yes.
Any comments, Greg? You're getting some pressure over here. We know you're only going up to the 7th floor, so you'll still be around. Congratulations. We appreciate all you've done, and same with Seth, of course, wish he was here, but thank you for all you've done for so long for the commission, for higher education in the state of Indiana. So we know that work is not done. So thank you. I think that's it for you, Chris, on your report.
But thankfully for your part, I am done talking.
Yeah, okay. We've got a few more things we need to accomplish here. So next up on our agenda, if I'm reading this correctly, is we're going to hear about the Collegiate Purple Star program from Kate Marling, who is the post-secondary transitions manager.
Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you for the introduction. My name is Kate Marling, I'm the Post-Secondary Transitions Manager. I'm going to be giving a brief update on the Collegiate Purple Star of Indiana. Try not to click too fast. So a little background on this. Senate Bill 384 from 2023 tasked both CHE and the Department of Veterans Affairs with establishing and implementing the Higher Education Purple Star designation, which is known as the Collegiate Purple Star Award of Indiana. The mission of this was to recognize eligible post-secondary institutions that have successfully demonstrated supportive environments for their military-affiliated students from that application to their hopeful graduation. Earlier in this month, we were able to send out those award designations to those institutions that applied. Institutions who received this tier achieved or demonstrated either from a 1 or a 3. So those institutions who received a tier 3 achievements were those who were committed to supporting their military affiliated students and already had a good foundation for that student success. Those who received a tier 2 achievement were also committed and demonstrated that commitment to supporting those students, and also had already made great strides in maintaining and making sure that their institution was military friendly. Those who received that tier 1 achievement demonstrated that they were engaged with their military students and had a solid foundation and already had achieved a robust culture. To receive a tier 3, institutions needed to have a score of at least 70% to that 79.9%. Those in that tier 2, 80 to 89%. Tier 3 was 90 to 99. And we do have a category for special commission distinction, which would be a full 100%, which is still yet to be achieved. So something to look forward to. All right, getting into the scoring and standards. There's 37 standards broken up into 8 different categories. There is a bonus category. Each standard has, or each category has a different number of standards, and each of those standards has a point associated with it. The breakdown is right there. There is also that ninth category, which is bonus. Institutions have the opportunities to submit documentation to receive bonus points to hopefully achieve that 100% in special distinction. There were at least 3 standards this time that we did not have to look at, as they were not applicable for that 24-25 year, but will be going forward. So we didn't have to do 37 standards this time, but will in the future. So institutions will need to make note of that. All right, getting into the application process. I was tasked with managing this process after a time of transition, so we wanted to make sure this is going forward. The application period ended in February. The institutions who applied were needed to make sure that they had all their documentation in the Teams channel that we provided. The review committee for this cycle, we decided to make sure that every single member on that committee was looking at every single document and every single institution. And so this is why we had the timeframe of March to June, because there were 30 institutions. After this deliberation, we were able to send out award notifications, like I said, early July. Each institution who received an award also received an award certificate, the application summary report, the tier badges, which are shown behind me, social media that they can use to promote their tier, as well as a letter from our commissioner. Getting a little bit into the review process, as I said, we had a committee. We had 6 members, a mix of CHE and IDVA staff, as well as 1 committee advisor who was a part of the task force in the event that we needed a tiebreaker. A little bit of background on how much of a lift this was for everybody. I estimated that there was probably about over 3,000 documents that each individual had to look at over the course of these 3 months. So thank you again to all of the people who were involved in this. This was a big task. As this was the first cycle, like I said, we reviewed all documentation. We broke this up into 10 institutions each month, with a meeting at the end of each month to review any differing scores between committee members, and also discuss any potential changes we wanted to make to any standard or things that needed to be addressed. So this happened 3 times. We had 3 meetings over the course of those 3 months. And of course, if there were anything that came up at a later time period that needed to be addressed to the institutions that were reviewed first, we went back and made sure the scores were all correct. Now for the fun news, these are the institutions that received a tier. We had 6 institutions that received tier 1, 16 that received tier 2, and 6 that received tier 3. So we're very excited, and as we are at Ivy Tech right now, I'm happy to say that all of the campuses that applied received a tier this cycle. All right, going forward, our next application cycle, now these designations are good for 3 years, so institutions don't need to apply again, unless they believe that they, have implemented, new activities, programs, events, support, that will result in a differing score or a higher tier. We have the timeline that we want to use, will mirror this year. We're going to potentially, in the name of transparency, hopefully get the scorecard out to the institutions early January to make sure that they can kind of go through that and match the documentation that they need to provide with what we're looking for. I think it'll give a little bit more clarity. It's very similar to the field guide that they all use, but everybody likes a spreadsheet that they can manipulate. So the application period will open again in February. The notice of interest forms will need to be in by that time period. So we have the whole month to get that documentation in. And then, of course, the review committee will take time to deliberate. Depending on the number of institutions, it may not take the 3 months, but we're still going to give ourselves that 3-month period for now. And then, of course, we will be hopefully awarding new campuses or awarding higher tiers for that July timeframe again, so that we can give another update if needed to the commission members. Questions?
Did you tell us how many university or how many campuses applied?
30 institutes.
30 applied, so not all.
That is correct.
Just looking at the tiers, was there like one category, one standard that was obvious that if people really worked on it, they could move to the next tier?
Well, every institution received a score, so there were institutions that may have received that like 88%, which would potentially just be one standard that they would need to meet for the next time. That was given to them in a breakdown, so if they wanted to apply again, they would know which standards they would need to achieve.
Yeah, I was just wondering, was there a trend? Like,
Of which one?
Was there one that you saw that like, if institutions would have really leaned into, we would have had more in the tier 3? If you don't have it, that's fine. I was just curious.
Thinking back on it, I think standard or category 7, there were some institutions that just didn't have any documentation to provide at that time. So I think if they leaned into that, I mean, of course, standard number or category number 1 has 7 standards in that. So meeting all of those, of course, would give a potential higher tier.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Before Kate escapes though, and I'll probably get in trouble for this too. This work, Kate, that you've led, and obviously a lot of other folks on the team, has just been really good. You all agree, or this, you at least were on the commission at the time 2 years ago, that one of the areas of adults on which we would focus would be those with military service or veterans. I think we weren't quite sure where that would go and how that would turn out. This is a big, robust deal, though. When you heard Kate talk about the categories and the standards within, I mean, it's very serious. It's not awarding something to someone because, I don't know, they were nice to you, or they showed you some flashy, brochure or something like that, but they're very serious. And we think that that's the way it ought to be when we're serving those in the military or our veterans. Related, Kate and others, now leave a bunch of other people out, but Kate is one of the people who now twice, when we had to make the cutbacks in December or in January because of the revised budget forecast, and then when we had to again in June, Kate is one of the people who stepped up and is doing more, is doing exceptionally well, and she's representing everybody who stepped up. And Kate, thank you for doing so. And then lastly, a friend of ours who I know we haven't seen for a while around is Erica Studerman, who retired Major General Erica Studerman, who of course was on the commission and had to leave because of the health needs and care of her daughters. But Erica, General Studerman, is the one you may recall who chaired this committee and said, we can make this meaningful for Indiana. And I keep thinking, Kate, we ought to like go to Lafayette or something and take her, literally take her to lunch and say, you know, Erica, you own a lot of this in a serious way in which we are doing what we should do for those in the military and our veterans. So just if you happen to know Erica or see her, or some of you live near her, thank her for the outcomes that we're starting to see. And Kate, thanks for your leadership on this.
Commissioner Lauer, I did just one statement. I had the opportunity to hear President Goddard speak at ISU, and he spoke proudly of being Tier 3 and what that meant to him and his university. So it's resonating. This just isn't a box. It's something that was really powerful when he spoke about it. So good look.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kate. Wonderful presentation, great work. Thanks for stepping up, as Chris said, and to the entire team on that same context, of course. Our last presentation, I've been looking forward to this, Credentials of Value and a CTE Student's Journey. We're going to hear about this from Sam Rourke, who's the Assistant Commissioner for Career and Technical Education, and Lindsay, is it Ossos or Osos? Osos, something I figured I'd probably picked the wrong one, but who's the Director for CTE Programming. So thank you both for being here. I look forward to your presentation.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully this will kind of tie a lot of things from today well together. Being here at Ivy Tech and just a lot of the other items that we've discussed today. So as you kind of might recall from the high school diploma redesign process over the course of last year, a couple of the focus areas in those diploma requirements are this term credentials of value, and then there's a lot of things around work-based learning requirements, certain hours that students have to earn for the various diploma seals that students can earn when going in the new diploma requirements. And so when the diploma was passed in December, the credentials of value aspect was not defined. It just says, you have to earn a credential of value or something to that effect. So over the spring, kind of a collaborative committee of different state agency partners, Ivy Tech, VU, have been working to have an initial version of a credentials of values list. This is going to be a pretty iterative process, more employer input, improvements to the process moving forward. But there was a time sensitivity to getting out an initial version that could be used for the incoming freshmen who can utilize the new diploma requirements, or for schools who are opting in early, and so there might be upperclassmen who are earning the diploma seals. So at the end of May, an initial memo was released by the Department of Education that our team helped support quite a bit. The list of credentials includes a variety of post-secondary credentials all the way up through associate's degrees, but also the technical certificates of graduation. Those are the 30 credit hour credentials that Ivy Tech and VU primarily offer. So basically those are the ICC is also a technical certificate, a 30 credit hour credential, but then there are also those 30 credit hour certificates in a variety of areas, right? In advanced manufacturing, in healthcare, in whatever the area might be. And then there are even shorter credentials than that, 15 credit hour type credentials that are offered, again, mostly through Ivy Tech and VU. And then it's also going to include other credentials, industry certifications, licenses that are not post-secondary credentials, but are other credentials of value. The list will go into effect for along with the students. The grad requirements go into effect for the class of 2029, and the list does as well. Or for schools who opt in, they'll be utilizing this as well. I I'm going to talk just a little bit about the kind of selection process and scoring process. This could be its own presentation on the top jobs methodology and some of the things that went into the credentials list, and we may share more at a later time. But if this kind of piques your interest, feel free to reach out for additional information. But each credential on the list is scored on a 5-point scale, and the new top jobs methodology is kind of in the background informing those scores. Some of you may have a decent level of familiarity with the FLAMES methodology that the state currently utilizes. So top jobs is the name for the rebranded FLAMES methodology. So that process was led by the governor's workforce cabinet and more so the Department of Workforce Development now with the change at the workforce cabinet. But they were tasked with updating the FLAMES methodology by the beginning of this previous year. So top jobs is the new, the rebrand of that. You can kind of see on the left some of the policy applications that top jobs will be utilized for. For example, another thing that the commission is involved in is the Workforce Ready Grant, and the eligibility for the Workforce Ready Grant uses the FLAMES methodology right now and will adapt to utilizing the top jobs methodology. So I'll just, again, just a pretty high level here on the methodology. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll do this. I'll do this slide, which will help answer that, and then I'll say a little bit more. But so it's just a, using some sort of process. And well, let me share a little bit on top jobs and then come back to that. So for top jobs, you're taking different occupations and you're coming up with some sort of process to rank the demand for those occupations, but utilizing more than just demand, right? So demand is a component, but here with top jobs, you can see that retention is one of the components, growth is one of the components, and with the top jobs methodology, one of the significant changes is that there is a higher earnings threshold that the state is now utilizing for scoring occupations.
And Sam, I'm going to add color.
Yeah.
Larry, great question. So this is a methodology, a mathematic methodology that was started some years ago, I think originally by Steve Braun when he was DWD commissioner. And it was a way to analytically say, these are the jobs that we value, including in the way funding flows from specifically DWD. And over the years, the commission didn't have as much input, has some input now. And what we've tried to do with what Sam is talking about here with credentials and values to say, we should be considering all of these things. One agency over here, DWD, does the top jobs, and it's this formulaic way focusing on demand and retention and the wages and those kind of things that are fairly typical, but that we should also include those as part of the considerations. Sam, correct me if I'm wrong here, as the Department of Education with our informing those decisions determines what a credential of value is in high school. A lot of good work that's been done over, gosh, I don't know, 8 years or so, probably, maybe more than that, at DWD. Yeah, that's exactly right, Larry. Yeah, so in each of the different sectors and so forth, the formula says, look, these are the top jobs in advanced manufacturing, healthcare, et cetera, that fit to the way, especially funding flows out of DWD to programs that support those, including, for example, through Ivy Tech. A lot of that is offered at Ivy Tech. And we just thought, and it's not just us, but we and others thought, gosh, you've got this over here. It'd be silly to also not incorporate that into the thinking. Yeah. And admittedly, not you saying me, I mean, I throw those terms around a lot and just think, oh yeah, everybody knows those. Well, they don't. So thanks for raising that, Larry.
Yeah, no, good question. And I would say over, kind of as the commissioner alluded to, over the years, the Flames methodology had been used for a greater and greater amount of different policy applications. For example, we use the Flames methodology for secondary career technical education funding. So that's the state dedicates over $200 million in funding for secondary career technical education programs right now. So we take every program, we do a crosswalk with different occupations to that program, kind of a fair representation of what are the occupations that this program is aligning to. And each of those occupations is scored utilizing the Flames methodology currently. And then that determines whether that program is going to be a high value, moderate value, or less than moderate value program, or for CTE funding. So that's one policy application that is really important to my direct work. And that is an example of something that will be switching over to this new top jobs methodology as well, kind of as I put on the previous slide, some of those different policy applications.
And Sam, just one more further clarification, because it's a great question, Larry. The whole flame methodology, as you might guess by now, when it originated and now top jobs is, it's on fire, right? Like, the more intense, I think the fifth level, man, it was on fire. They're great jobs. The supply is low. We got to push more resources into this for the training and education because, man, our society is just lacking in these and invest our resources there. So that's been the evolution of it. Probably more than you care to know, but that's been the evolution of it. And that's why we thought it was really important to have that as part of the consideration. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the only thing I would say here again is the retention element is definitely increased in this new methodology. So that's kind of factoring in the churn of an occupation. So if an occupation is having a lot of churn, it's going to score more negatively in this methodology. And then the earnings threshold is the other big change. On the left is some of those earning thresholds. You can see the state average wage that is being utilized there. So in a simplistic way of saying it is that it kind of goes through this scoring process and then that earnings threshold is applied at the end. So it can really bump down something that otherwise would be scoring quite well within the other components of the methodology. So just as an example, some occupations within healthcare in some of the initial review of this have not fared quite as favorably because they have high retention and they may not meet the earnings threshold that's on here. So like healthcare support type of positions, but okay, so that's the top jobs methodology. So then we're taking that, scoring the actual occupations. And then for this credentials the value process, then the step in the process is taking these different credentials and then linking them to occupations. And then based on the occupations that you've linked to that credential, then you apply the scores from those occupations that we kind of went over on the previous slide. So probably that third bullet is most important there. The criteria that was utilized is that at least 15% of the job postings for the occupation include the core skills related to that credential. So there was an effort made, this was in partnership with Lightcast, who many of you might be familiar with, to identify the core skills that are that a credential is teaching, and then linking those core skills through this occupational linkage process. The bottom part there then tells you a little bit about how the credential is ultimately scored. So the first couple of components are the top jobs piece is really factoring into those. This signaling value, that part I think will really be continuing to work on and refine through some of that employer engagement process. But the idea there initially is to kind of provide a little bit of a bump for credentials that employers are specifically calling out in job postings. That's a little imperfect because you have certain industries where it's much more common to really identify a particular credential, say healthcare, that tends to be more common. Advanced manufacturing, not as common to actually identify an exact credential within a job posting. So continue to work on refining that process, but through some additional employer input, standing up committees in that regard, I think that piece will continue to be an important part of the process. And then there was a bonus kind of applied for what we called stackability. So that really helped generally post-secondary credentials, right? So maybe an industry certification and a 15 credit hour certificate score pretty similarly in terms of these other components that are going into the score, but the 15 credit hour credential is more easily stackable to greater educational attainment. And so the score was kind of bumped up through that process. So that was my fairly high level overview of those couple of components. We could really get into these items. And so if anyone is interested in doing so, just don't hesitate to reach out afterwards. But that's kind of the overall process. And then, so then we're kind of apply it. So all the items have been scored, and the need for this initial list largely was related to the new diploma requirements. So you've probably seen that item on the left with the diploma requirements, but this just kind of reminds you that for multiple of the seals, a credential value is either required or it's an option to complete that credential. And in the next couple of slides, I'll just kind of walk through where we landed in terms of the eligible list of credentials for those different seals. So the Enrollment Honors Plus seal, that's the one where the different institutions in the state are offering automatic enrollment. That was announced in April for students who complete that credential. So the threshold of the credential here is a little higher with that item in mind in particular. So you have to earn a 30 credit hour post-secondary credential. So for the highest volume one, I anticipate there will be the Indiana College Core, but there are other credentials that individuals could earn in a more specified career pathway if they're doing a 30 credit hour healthcare specialist credential or something to that effect. And then there are a lot of associate's degrees on the list as well. Obviously, a smaller percentage of students will earn an associate's degree, but they are included on the Enrollment Honors Plus seal list. And then for the employment seal, there's the regular employment seal and then the Employment Honors Plus seal. This is a little bit more complicated, just for a few different reasons, but in this area, you can earn an individual credential, or you can combine credentials within a particular career cluster. And the example on the next slide will kind of give you an idea of what that could look like. But the employment seal, obviously a much broader range of credentials. So you have the post-secondary credentials, but you're also going to have the various industry certifications, licenses, et cetera, that a student could earn, oftentimes through a current technical education pathway, but in any number of ways. Okay, so the rest of this is, I'm going to give one example here, particular to credential value, but then we're going to kind of do just a student profile, an example of a student walking through a CTE pathway throughout high school and earning a credential, doing work-based learning, et cetera, just to kind of help conceptualize what an ideal student journey might look like. But first, here is a healthcare example that kind of speaks to the the couple slides previously. So this is one of our CTE programs of study. And through that program of study, there are opportunities for industry certifications, also opportunities if the student's doing dual credit, taking all the classes for dual credit, much of, similar to what we heard this morning. They may be able to build towards a 15 credit hour post-secondary credential or all the way to the 30 credit hour technical certificate. So here you can see they could combine a couple of the kind of initial certifications that you could earn along a healthcare pathway, so a CNA and then onto a CMA. And if they combine those credentials, that would meet the requirement for the employment seal. And then if they did go on, do all the dual credit, get the complete technical certificate, that could be a route to completing either the enrollment requirements or the employment seal. All right, any questions on credentials of value, some of that initial information? Otherwise, I'm gonna turn it over to Lindsay to kind of walk through a student exam. Yes.
How many total credentials of value have been identified as qualified?
I should know the answer to that, but I did. Yeah, but it's a lesser amount than that. Let me get back to you, but it is still a decent amount of maybe 200 to 300.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's being narrowed down
Yeah.
over the last.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably kind of half. Yeah, it was pretty big the first pass. I think. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commission members. I'm just going to walk you through a hypothetical student to sort of break some of this down and hopefully see how all these big ideas would affect an actual person going through their high school experience. So this is our hypothetical student, Morgan. And Morgan is an incoming freshman who has identified an interest in becoming a network administrator, which is really impressive as a 14-year-old that she knows what that is. And we're crediting her taking a PCC course in 8th grade to learn about that, right? With our career exploration, we'll talk a little bit more about how the PCC course fits into this as I'm going through. She knows she wants to attend a 4-year college to get a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity, but she's nervous about being able to afford that. So as I said, Morgan may have learned about this idea of being a network administrator, what that is, what that could mean for her in her preparing for college and careers course, or PCC as we call it. This is a course that is legislatively required for all Indiana students. That was originally, I think, the class of 34 that would be, but with the high school redesign, it has been updated to any student graduating under the new diploma. So that's the 2029 cohort. This course can be taken in 8th grade. It is eligible for CTE funding. I think it's $150. Yeah. So any student enrolled in PCC in the fall as early as 8th grade, that enrollment would be funded at $150 for schools to support that programming. It is considered a foundational course, and it meets the legislatively required college and careers graduation requirement. We revamped the standards to meet the legislative requirement in 1002 of 2023, and we divided the standards into 5 core areas. So they are exploring self, exploring careers, exploring post-secondary opportunities, making a plan, and then success skills. So sort of that foundational level for students to know what their options are, to start exploring what they might be interested in, what skills and aptitudes they already possess, so that they're set up when they go to high school to decide what they might want to pursue. So for Morgan, our student, this is a possible pathway that she might take in high school. So this is our cybersecurity and information assurance pathway. That's a mouthful. It is aligned to Ivy Tech post-secondary courses, and I'll give you a little bit more insight into that in a second. It stacks into an associate's degree. And it has embedded certifications. So in the coursework that Morgan will do in these courses, she will be prepared to earn industry certifications, specifically CompTIA A+ and CompTIA Security+. And those industry certifications are valuable on their own, but also stack into Ivy Tech credit. So it's sort of double bang for your buck with those certifications. On top of that, Indiana reimburses industry certifications to schools. So when Morgan does the certifications in her class, her school gets reimbursed for the cost of those certifications. So it's zero out of pocket for Morgan, zero out of pocket for her high school for her to earn those industry certifications. So we put together a little sample schedule that Morgan might adopt. In your supplemental materials, that paper clipped packet that was on your table, the very last page is very colorful. It looks kind of like this, is a larger schedule that shows all the different courses that Morgan might take. So this one is just a smaller version of that. So as we said in 8th grade, Morgan will take PCC. She'll be introduced to these different career options. She might take an introductory course if she knows she wants to do something in computers. So we have an introduction to computer science and digital technology. That's a course she might be able to take to further explore if that's something she thinks she wants to do. And then on this slide here, and I'll show you her sophomore or her junior and senior year on the next slide. These are just personalized electives. So with the diploma redesign, there is space for a lot of personalized electives for students. So just focusing on those will show you how Morgan can not only earn credentials, right, but also meet her diploma seal requirements. On the larger form we gave you, we also show you some of the other courses she might take that meets those diploma requirements. So in the slide here and on the document you have, courses that are highlighted in blue are courses that could be used to meet the enrollment seal requirements. And then courses that are highlighted in orange are those that could be used to meet the employment seals. Okay. So on the sophomore year, you can see Morgan can already start earning post-secondary credits, right? So if her school has a partnership with Ivy Tech, because this is an Ivy Tech aligned program, Morgan can get 6 credits of post-secondary credit in her sophomore year. The reason for that is the way our CTE courses are set up. Each year-long CTE course embeds 2 post-secondary courses. So in that first semester, she'll complete 1 Ivy Tech course. In that second semester, she'll complete a second Ivy Tech course, earning not only her 2 high school credits, but also 6 Ivy Tech post-secondary credits. So that is how she can advance with all of these things while in high school. Then in her junior and senior year, that picks up even more. You can see additional post-secondary credits she'll earn embedded in her CTE courses. On your larger version, you can also see there are numerous courses that would meet the ICC. We just didn't fit them on the slide. It would have been impossible to see. So simultaneously, Morgan can be earning her Ivy Tech certificate or technical certificate and the ICC. So she can be doing both of those simultaneously, depending on her school's offerings, their post-secondary partnerships. And then there are a couple of courses here. So we've talked a lot today about dual credit and dual enrollment options. There are a couple of courses in her senior year that would be dual enrollment, where she would go on campus to an Ivy Tech campus to complete those courses. But most of them are eligible for dual credit. So another part of the SEALs that Sam talked about and all of our CTE pathways is work-based learning. So I'm going to turn it back over to Sam and he'll talk a little bit about that. Does anybody have any questions for me specifically at the moment?
All right, just a few more slides here and then we will wrap up. So yeah, probably the other big piece of the diploma that particularly our team has been supporting the department in implementing are the work-based learning requirements. So there's a lot of different questions about what's going to count for these hour requirements. You may have heard some of the, there's not enough placements for all these students and, some of the concerns that kind of came about throughout the process. So we've been working through a lot of things related to that. So want to just share a little bit here about, what it could look like. You can see here the actual work-based learning hour requirements, just as a reminder for the different SEALs. And then kind of where we've landed with the department is for those different SEAL requirements, a student can do anywhere from 1 to 3 different experiences. So they might just do one experience that meets all the hour requirements, but they may do some shorter term experiences and they can do up to 3 different experiences. All right, so in our example here, in 11th grade, this is an example of something that would count for some work-based learning hours, but would not require the student to leave their school. It's still engagement with an employer, but if there's transportation limitations or whatever the case might be, this is an example of a way a student could still acquire some work-based learning hours. So in this example, she's taking part in one of the courses that Lindsay just mentioned. And a local company is going to come in, they're going to present an issue to a class, real life issue, an actual situation that the employers encountering, and the students are going to have that, direct engagement with industry professionals, but they're going to be given a task and, asked to create some sort of solution for the company. So, in this particular example, we said maybe that ends up being 75 hours of work-based learning that her and others in her class might be able to earn towards those requirements by completing that project over the course of the semester. Maybe some inside the class, maybe outside of the class to some extent, but it could be done on site. And then in her senior year, she's going to do a more traditional work-based learning example that probably first comes to mind for us, finding an internship at a local company that is related to her pathway and dedicating a certain portion of time in her capstone course. It provides time for the student to do work-based learning within the confines of that course, so they can leave school, go to their work-based learning placement, and do those hours over the course of a semester, or over the course of the whole year. All right, so we've got our student, which we kind of walked through some of it here, and then the full list of courses was provided as a separate one-pager. But in that particular example, she earned 56 high school credits, so which is a pretty normal amount of high school credits that a student could earn. She would meet the requirements for both the basic employment seal, the employment honors, and then the enrollment honors plus seal. That's one of the things I think that we're especially in our CTE programs, right, we want to convey this idea that it can be both, right? The student can be, it's not an either or option, that earning the ICC plus earning credits towards a more specified career area can be a great and ideal opportunity for students. So in this case, she earns the ICC, but also earned the full technical certificate through Ivy Tech, plus would have the opportunity for those certifications that Lindsay mentioned. Of course, have to pass those and everything, but would have the opportunity to earn those certifications. And then to hopefully kind of tie that all back together, this is an example career ladder that we put together for some of our different pathways. But you can see here the different credential opportunities that are embedded within that pathway. And then we've listed here in this particular example where those credentials fall on the credential value list. So this is cybersecurity, obviously a high demand area, and those credentials fared very well on the credentials of value list. And so you can see, as you kind of progress across here to the right, the credentials that you would first have the opportunity to earn, and as you continue down the pathway, again, this concept of stackability, the credentials that you would continue to have the opportunity to earn, maybe in high school, or maybe you get close in high school and you finish up through another year at Ivy Tech or another institution or whatever the case might be. Right. That's what we have. Any other questions on this piece?
Oh,
that's right.
May not be on.
No questions. I just think that was really well done. I laid that all out. This thing on. There we go. That was really well laid out and appreciate that. So thank you. That was easy to understand and working through from start to finish there is super helpful. So thank you.
Good. We did have your, I know you brought up the PCC course, the last meeting, so we kind of wanted to tie that in and a few other things that had come to mind. But yeah, I know that sometimes folks kind of, I think I know what a CTE pathway is, but hopefully that helps conceptualize it. And also within the structure of the new diploma and the things that you're seeing, how going through a CTE pathway can meet a lot of those requirements that are in the new diploma requirements.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. I'm sorry, Larry. Sam, Lindsay, thank you very much. That was for a very complicated subject that is still evolving, if you will. That was really well presented and clear. I know it's still evolving and it's not going to be implemented completely here for a few years, other than for those early adopters, if you will. Just a macro question, and you may not know the answer to this off the top of your head, but specific to CTE,
yeah.
How many total Indiana students go through the CTE program? And do you know of those students, what percentage of them go right into the workforce versus going on to some form of post-secondary?
Yeah, good question. I'll give some broad numbers. We've kind of we've tried to break out our enrollments in the last couple of years to get a better sense on that. Because so, for example, that PCC course is technically a CTE course. So pretty much every student takes that, right? So that we call like an explorer if they only do that. Then we've got, we normally call it a participant if they take kind of the first course in an actual pathway. Then we have CTE concentrator, which is, it's one of the ways to meet current graduation requirements is being a CTE concentrator. That's taking 3 courses in a pathway. And that's basically the employment seal requirement now too, right? The 3 courses in a pathway. Last year, it was around 45% of the cohort was a CTE concentrator. So that's, a pretty nearly half of the graduating cohort. And then we call it a completer, if they go on from there and take that capstone class. That was around 8,500 students, last year. So that gives you a sense of kind of, the different levels of participation. As far as the other question, when we last ran, I know we were just talking about the college going rate. I'm trying to remember the exact number, but it is only slightly less the college going rate for CTE concentrators, maybe about 5% less percentage point.
I literally was gonna say it's 48%.
Okay, yeah, about so, yeah, we'll call it, 4 or 5% less than the, than the college going rate for the population as a whole. So.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
So you made a comment, hopefully somebody's developing software to manage all this. Someone.
Yeah.
Lots of people.
Is that rhetorical? Are there any commission members' questions or comments? I'm gonna do this again because I should. Lindsay and Sam are also people who stepped up and have continued to. And I also, especially for those of you who might be new to the commission, people on this body and others of us had a strong opinion for a long time that CTE ought to be part of CHE. I think you all are seeing why we have had that thought. These folks have just such great insight into and bring such clarity. You mentioned it, Dan. It is a complex or a complicated thing. Just this, and their understanding of it, and not just understanding it, but how they see the connection from K-12 to employment to post-secondary is really good. And maybe I'll try to never say this again, but this part of state government was bounced around across agencies for a decade and was wholly under leveraged, in my opinion. And it has been so important, so good for the CTE team to be part of CHE. I hope for y'all. It's something I just don't think anybody thinks about anymore. It's like, oh yeah, it's, you know, we're all just part of the team. We just work together and help each other, et cetera. But I think what you saw here, thank you for saying that. I agree. This is complex, and you all laid it out just so well. You know, whether anybody had any background or understanding it in this at all, could follow that presentation, get a good grasp of it. And it's coming through in really important work to help students have much better outcomes. So I'm probably gonna really pay for this later with a lot of people I'm embarrassed today, but they have not only stepped up, but you're in the right spot at the commission, and it's gonna benefit our fellow Hoosiers.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Well, that brings us to the end, or almost the end of our meeting. Thank you all very much for being here and sticking with us. And for those online, I know a couple folks had to leave, and I think are on the line, Kathy and others. Thank you for being here. You will note that information items in the booklet, your academic degree programs awaiting action. Starting on page 31, academic degree program actions taken by staff on page 33, and media coverage information, which we always appreciate getting throughout the month, but also identified in the book on page 39. So with that said, is there any other old business other than me?
Can I comment about the media coverage?
Yeah.
Just briefly. So I have to say that among folks I've talked to, there really isn't an awareness that these program things are about career counseling, about helping information. It is being received by the public as if a huge axe is being wielded. So I just wanted to make that point. You look at the media coverage, it'd be nice to see something a little bit more in line with those things.
Definitely agree. And we're going to be pursuing that. And thank you for mentioning that, because related, you may have noticed I was using some talking points this morning because I didn't want to miss anything, and so was Matt. And we will get to all of you talking points so that you're having conversations, and whether that's one-on-one or, you know, in an organization with which you're associated, you'll have some of these too, and no quizzes on or anything like that, but we want to equip you well enough to be able to talk about those, because we want to help straighten out the understanding of these things. And thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Ted, very much. And again, welcome to the commission. Any other old business, any new business that we need to accomplish? Any final words of wisdom from commission members, staff, anyone in the public? All right, well, again, thank you very much. Our next meeting is on September 18th in Jasper. So with that, I will call this meeting to adjourn. Thank you all.